remember how we used to do this in person, that you had to kind of sign in throughout the day to make sure you're still here for each CE. So this one is for the morning, but then we'll have 2 more for the afternoon. So please kind of be patient with us as we continue to do those sign-ins throughout the day. And then you'll see the evaluations on the table. So please complete that at the end, and then you'll turn those in to Eric for your CE certificate. I believe that that's it. So now I'm going to turn it over to Tasnuga.
Thank you, Kyla. So now I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Dawn Doray, who is the Chair of Ethics and Professional Practice Committee at ARPA. Dr. Doray is a clinical psychologist in private practice. She specializes in treatment and assessment of children, adolescents, and their families with an interest in trauma and maltreatment issues and divorced or blended families. Throughout the state of Arkansas, in circuit courts, domestic relation division, she conducts child custody and psychological evaluations and serves as an expert witness in the court system. I welcome Dr. Doray to speak on her talk titled as Ethics of Court Involvement for Mental Health Professionals, Understanding Ethical Dilemmas in the Court System.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I have a mic on, so hopefully everyone can hear me, but I'm pretty loud too. I am just so glad to be here and to see so many people that I haven't seen in forever, so this is so nice. I will take a break about 10:20-ish. We'll take like about a 10-minute break. During that break though, maybe before we exit to go to the bathroom, maybe we just have a quick like, hey, who's everyone? Kind of introduce ourselves, that sort of thing, since it has been so long. I am okay if you need to get up and use the restroom or go get something to eat or drink while I'm talking, please feel free to do that. And I do like to answer questions as I move along. So please feel free to ask me any questions. I know we'll be monitoring our virtual guests, and so I will be looking forward to answering their questions too. All right, so let's get into it. I know Tasnuga did a great job explaining kind of a little bit who I am. I do a lot of work in the court system. And my main interest, again, as she said, is in domestic relations court and a little bit in dependency neglect. So they're kind of 2 different fields. Some of you may have different experiences. I'm going to ask everyone for their experiences at different times. You may be involved in different courts. I'm trying to make this as interesting and fun as possible for an ethics, piece. The main thing, though, I want you to know that I am not providing legal advice, all right? I am providing my perspective on our ethics code and how that might be applied to court situations, as well as dilemmas we face. I do want to state that laws vary amongst states. I know we have someone here from Kentucky. Do we have anybody else not from Arkansas? Cool. All right, y'all get to introduce. I'll let the person. So someone had to come from Kentucky to do a live. They had to be in person to get their CE. So I will try to state what I can about different states, but I do have a lot of focus in Arkansas. And the other thing too is keep in mind that our ethics codes change frequently, and so you need to stay on top of it. That's the main thing I want you to use from this presentation. Review those codes, look at it. We're going to go through a bunch. And really just help this presentation to guide further questions you may have and understand when you might need to seek legal advice. All right, so ultimately your job as a mental health professional is to act honestly, ethically, and in accordance with the law. That's your main goal, all right? So the objectives are listed there. I'm not going to go through them. Really, I just want to focus on that as any ethical piece that we're involved with, it's a process. There's not going to be a single thing that's right or wrong. All right, it's a process. And so there may not be simple answers to complex legal issues. And a lot of times that's where we do get stuck in ethical dilemmas. And so you just need to take into consideration values, principles, and standards in your own professional code. And then what's relevant to the judgment you're trying to make, and what ethical judgment, therefore, is warranted. All right? Again, I also hope that this presentation will help you if you are called to court and you are called to be a witness, that it doesn't have to be a horrible experience. I know most mental health professionals freak out when it comes to court and legal issues. But really, I hope I can provide some useful strategies for making this legal process manageable and even maybe possibly rewarding or fulfilling. It might be a leap, but I hope. Okay. So I'm going to go through basically some ethical dilemmas, but I'm going to go through the codes first, all right? I'm not going to read each code to you. I'm going to present them. I'm going to point out some important things and then go from there, okay? Again, any questions at any time, please let me know. I like this slide. Speaks for itself. All right. So our psychology board, which if you're licensed as a psychologist or an LPEI, that's who we have to be hoven to, is our psychology board. Is anyone in here not a psychologist or an LPEI? Oh, yay, I did my research well. I give this presentation to also lots of different mental health professionals, so I did take out a lot of codes that related to LPC or LMFT, that sort of thing. So I did try to focus specifically on psychologists and LPEIs, because we're under the same umbrella, okay? All right, so our psychology board and the law in the state of Arkansas is that the psychology board adopts the ethical principles of the American Psychological Association. Makes it really easy for us, because then I can go to the APA Code of Ethics and go, okay, here are what we need to follow in the state of Arkansas. I did look for in Kentucky, I did look to see if they follow the APA. It almost looks like they follow APA, but they kind of just incorporated the ethical code from APA into their legislation and their rules. So it should apply to that too. How do I go to the link? Sorry. Oh. Okay, so I encourage all of you to go to this website, all right? This is what we as psychologists have to follow as far as just the law in our state. Whether you're going to court or not, I'm giving you those links where you can find out more information. And chapter 97 is what applies to us, okay? And so there's a wealth of information here that I will challenge everyone to look at. Sorry, we don't have a mouse. But they have recently, there are some additions, but this is where it says really clearly what the practice of psychology and everything is. I'll go into some of this, but I wanted to let you guys know where I was able to find those links, okay? And that's in the presentation. So how do I go back to the presentation? So the next slide is going to be related to this website, and I'm just spelling out some of the things that are really important. Thank you. Oh, but it's not allowing me to advance. There we go. I think that should do it. Yep, thank you. Okay, so if we look at our definitions from Arkansas Code 17-97-102, it talks to us about what the levels of practice of psychology are. This slide that I have here is something new that I found, okay? So I think this was added in 2023 from what I can see from my codes, which is so interesting because this is pointing out what I just said earlier, that you have to constantly be vigilant to see what changes there are. All right, so I really love this slide. I mean, I really love now that they have this because it allows us to understand what is a forensic psychological assessment. In the state of Arkansas, this is what they've defined for us, okay? Which I really like because, again, it's something new. And this is, you know, why it's important for us to stay on top of understanding our ethical codes as well as our codes in Arkansas. I will come back to some of this. In looking through this, how many of you have performed one of these forensic psychological assessments? Okay. I'm about, no. But maybe at the end of this presentation, you can be more happy about it. All right, so that's about a third of us, right? I think that was about a third of us, so. All the rest of you, how have you gotten out of it? Maybe that's the better question than the third of us that are doing them are like crazy. I don't know. Okay. So also in the state of Arkansas, as part of our definition, the practice of psychology, all right? And so what I want to point to, anything I have in bold, and it's hard to see, but anything I have, nope, that's not the laser. Okay. Can't figure it out, but that's okay. Where I have something bold, I put that in. So that's not how it's listed in the code. When we look at this, what I'm going to propose is that part of doing forensic work and being called to testify is maybe under the 3I, which is consultation, okay? But sometimes 1, 2, and 3 may be part of your role in the court and what you're testifying about. All right, so I just want to say that there is there that allows us to do what I'm proposing we can do. All right. And under psychological consulting, rendering expert psychological opinion or clinical psychological opinion. So that's allowing you, almost they're saying, you know, if you are not doing an assessment or evaluation or been appointed by the court to do these things, if you are providing psychological care to a client or a family, they're saying that that can be, you can render that clinical psychological opinion. So it's giving you I'm trying to think of the best word. It's allowing you as a treatment provider to provide clinical psychological opinion, which really is going to be expert witness, okay? That's really, I think, how I read it, that's how I read that, all right? And we'll get into a little bit more of that. But I know a lot of people get concerned that as a treating provider, that if you go to court, you can only be a fact witness. All right, and I am going to propose, no, you can also be an expert witness. And there are some advantages to that as long as you stay in your lane. And that's a lot about what we're going to be talking today. All right. It also allows for the provision of expert testimony by psychologists who are exempted by this chapter. So to me, that's kind of almost like a catch-all, but it could be someone that maybe is practicing in another state and they have completed an evaluation and they come into our state to provide expert testimony, because then they wouldn't be part of the Arkansas chapter. So, which I think also with interjurisdictional practice now and PsyPact and ePassport, I think this is a way to allow someone who isn't bound by Arkansas code that they can also provide expert testimony. It's interesting kind of that they have this in our laws. Also, just to say, the code for under Chapter 97 in the code, there is, I think they added also subchapter 5, which is the psychology interjurisdictional compact. So again, that's a newer thing that's been added to our code. Okay. Just kind of a little thing just to think about, you know, what's your responsibility? Are you being presenting with integrity? Are you being respectful? And are you staying in your lane of your expertise? Okay. So, again, as I said, I'm going to mainly be focusing on APA, what our code of ethics says as psychologists and LPEIs. And then I also listed some of the other codes that, so LCSWs have to follow the National Association of Social Work. LPCs, LACs follow something professional counselors. I don't know if it's an association. I think it is. I have it somewhere else. And then LMFTs and LAMFTs follow the, their broader terms of codes. Okay? But again, always check with your own ethical codes. So here are some main areas that I believe that we need to consider when we're court involved. And so I'm going to go through each of these categories a little bit. Again, I'm not so going to focus on reading through the whole ethical code. It's going to be posted, but I'm going to present like how can this apply to different areas when we talk about testifying in court. Our APA code does not have anything about testimony in legal proceedings. What I find that's very interesting is LMFT, so the marriage and family therapy folks, the codes that they follow, they actually have a section in their codes about testimony in legal proceeding, and it's very interesting. So if you ever, that is really something that I'm like, oh wow, this is really cool that they actually address some of these things that we're kind of left going, oh, which one do we do? All right. And they're very clear about it, so I think that's really neat. So I'm gonna just take a break to make sure there's nothing on, or you're monitoring, right? Okay, I know Kyla was, so, okay, great. Okay, when we talk about competence, again, anytime I have anything in bold, it's my point for emphasis, it's not in the code like that, okay? All right, so in our code, when assuming a forensic role, psychologists become reasonably familiar with whatever the rules are that base in your jurisdiction, okay? And so I will then include our jurisdiction, which is the Arkansas Code, and how do we apply that, okay? So when I talk about when I'm going to be giving examples, most of my examples are going to be coming from domestic relations or juvenile dependency neglect, all right? I have done some work with a couple of criminal cases and other juvenile cases beyond dependency neglect. So I do try to state where I have my expertise and where I don't. All right. Some of you in the audience I know have expertise in other areas, and so please feel free to jump in and talk about those. So I'm going to ask again those that have performed a forensic role in the audience to raise their hand again. Okay, keep them up, keep them up. All right, how many of you have performed assessment or evaluations in that court matter? Okay. Oh, a lot go down. All right. Oh, I see a person that does the same thing I do back there in a different area. Yes.
Those of us who have been subpoenaed, we have not provided forensic roles, are asked to give opinions about forensics.
Can you restate that, please?
Those of us who have been subpoenaed.
I don't think that's on. Is the mic on?
John,
Is the mic on?
Those of us who have been subpoenaed, who are not forensics, but have been asked opinions about the forensic evaluations that were presented to the court.
So those of you that have provided an evaluation and didn't know it was going to be used for forensic purposes, raise your hand. I've had that happen. All right. Yes, I will definitely be talking about some of that, for sure. All right. So what judicial or administrative rules did you review? Those of you that have provided forensic assessments, have you looked at judicial or administration rules to understand what your role is going to be? I know. When I first started doing this, I'm gonna tell myself too, right? I'm like, oh, I'm a little green in this, but I have all this experience. I've done these things. I've helped out with dependency neglect. I've done some training in Hawaii. I worked at a child protection center, and all we did was evaluations on parents that their children were in the state's care, and also we had to evaluate children who were in the state's care. And so, yes, I had this knowledge, right? But did I know how to apply it in Arkansas? Okay, and so this is what I've learned. And so I'm going to tell you some things that I've learned along the way that I was like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I wish I had, but now I do, and now I can help everyone else in that, all right? So what's really cool is hopefully, oh yeah, we can see it, good. Okay, I can't see it on my thing. So this is the Arkansas Supreme Court, and then you have the Court of Appeals, and then you have circuit courts. How many of you were aware that what you're really talking about is a circuit court when you go to testify, the majority? Yeah. What I think is interesting is, so if you look at the different types of circuit courts, this was something I was not aware when I first started doing this, okay? And so I was aware that I was in domestic relations, right? But it's like, oh, wait, but sometimes I was asked to do an evaluation in probate court. Probate court can be stuff as guardianship or adoption issues, all right? Or juvenile court is where actually dependency neglect falls into. All right, so that would be your Department of Human Services and can be foster care issues, that sort of thing, okay? And then civil court, how many of you have ever had to do evaluations for civil court? What types of evaluations have you done in civil court?
1 second, let me just.
Oh, wait, sorry. Make sure we get people being able to hear everyone.
Divorce proceeding, allegations of poor parenting, and had to do an evaluation.
And that was in civil rather than domestic relations? See?
Sorry.
That I'm learning. See, I'm helping people learn.
Yeah. I thought it was in civil, but it could have been in domestic relations.
It is. So there you go. Good. Thank you. No, thank you for allowing me, because again, I didn't know. Courtney, did
What's
you
sad
have, what?
is I'm an attorney. I'm a licensed attorney, and did not pay attention to what's going on.
Well, thank you for helping us understand. Courtney, you had.
Excuse me. When we use the mic, if you could be sure to put it close to you, close to your mouth, because they can't hear.
So med malpractice.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to point out. So when we talk about civil, we're looking at maybe malpractice or an injury, and they're trying to get some type of enumeration from the party that caused them harm, that sort of thing. Okay, so that's when you think of civil court. That's more where psychologists might play a role. All right, I believe, and I know Gary hopefully is online, but I think he does a lot of traumatic brain injury evaluations, and that's mainly for, I believe, civil court. But I'll let him speak up if that's different, or if that's something, he'll come online and let us know if I have it right. All right, so criminal cases, I have been involved in a couple of those. Have any of you ever been involved in a criminal case as a psychologist, or LPI? And I'll just use those terms interchangeably. I'm not trying to. When we talk about criminal, I have treated a child or adolescent that was sexually abused or maltreated, and I'm going with them to court because maybe they're having to testify against the offender who's being charged with something criminally. Or I go to court to explain how a child or adolescent what might happen, and kind of be an expert witness consultant to explain what might be their trauma sequel, and helping the court and the jury understand. Yes?
Yeah, so Gary is on, and he just briefly commented personal injury cases are in civil court.
There you go.
So that's
Thank
what
you.
So he is on and might have comments.
All right, so those are just some different kind of help you guys understand the kind of what the different circuit courts do and where we're mainly going to be called to. Okay? All right, so when we look at confidentiality and privacy, so really in APA codes, there's not anything specific in a forensic role. It is in other mental health professionals. They have specific codes related to confidentiality and privacy as related to forensic work. But I really just wanted to bring up maintaining confidentiality in this one is if you're subpoenaed or court ordered to bring records, this one is going to relate to that. Okay, how do you store them? How do you transport them? If you are required to do, like, if you're an evaluator, sometimes another psychologist can evaluate your work, and that's called a work product review. How do you then transfer or file or your data to that other psychologist who's going to review your work, all right? And these are all forensic related, by the way. And so, you know, do you do an encrypted file to transfer data? If you have to send some file to an attorney, how do you do it ethically? Okay, so that's when you might bring up this maintaining confidentiality. Okay, so just these, I'm just trying to give you some things to be thinking about. If these things come up, these are the ethical codes to kind of be aware of, all right? Any questions? I know back when I worked some with the family treatment program, back in the day when we didn't have a lot of electronic files, there was a case where it had a lock and key. And I remember we used to have to transport those files under kind of lock and key, all right? I'm looking towards Dr. Church because I worked with her, so at the family treatment program. Does that sound familiar? Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. I'm going to propose that this is the main area that we are going to spend throughout the morning addressing, okay? Dual and multiple roles, all right? So let's look at APA code, all right? So hopefully all of you have, this is something that's probably put into your brain, and this is one that a lot of people focus on, all right? I'm going to focus on it in a different way, because I do think a lot of times we talk about dual and multiple relationships, but it totally gets into the things of kind of like sexual relationships or date, you know. I'm like, no, I'm going to pull this out and say, okay, this also applies in providing forensic work, okay? All right. This is I'm just continuing that. So, what do you all see when we go down to the bottom? It states multiple relationships that would not reasonably be expected to cause impairment or risk exploitation or harm are not unethical. Anyone have an example of something that would fall into that category? Go, Bob. Hold on, we'll get you the mic.
Rural Arkansas and rural Kentucky, small communities where everybody knows everybody and everybody's business, and you're asked to testify in terms of some activity that some juvenile or some adult has created for you.
Yes, yes. So I do think in rural parts, especially when we talk about rural states that we all live in, that may come up. And so you are really going to have to do a really good job of going through this ethical dilemma and say, what are the risks of harm that could occur? What are the risks or harm if I don't provide this? Okay? And so you have to look at both sides. All right? I'll get into something in a little bit in a second about that. When we talk about in a forensic role, the harm that might be called for an evaluator in court, what could be the harm? And I'm going to get into a little bit of that. Okay, and so this is when we explore what is that harm that can occur. Then I'm going to explain that a little bit further. But there may be instances that you are going to have to really consider this dilemma and what is the harm if I don't provide the service? What is the harm if I do provide the service? And then you may then call your liability insurance representative and ask for a consult and really talk that through, all right? And I'm going to say, if whatever liability insurance you have, how many here have the trust? I think a majority of people have the trust, but I don't know much about the newer one that APA supports, but the trust, you can ask for a consult to address these issues. That's what they're there for. That's what you're paying all of that money for. Use that consult. It's free if you are a trust, if you have your insurance through the trust. I think the other probably carriers also provide that. But again, look at that, because that's really important. And this would be a situation when you are being asked to provide something that might be a dual role or a multiple relationship. This is the best time to use your to consult. And I get people calling me to kind of run through that with me when we talk about some forensic work, and I probably have talked to several of you here in this audience about this. And so use your colleagues, all right? And then if they don't know and you still are kind of in a bind, use your liability company to ask them those questions. And then with all that information, you make your best decision that you can. If you're being, if you have integrity, if you're being, look at all those things that you are, and then you do that decision tree and come up with what you're going to do. And that way, then if it becomes a problem later on, you have said, this is the steps I took to go through this. All right? And I think all of our board of psychology people are on virtually, so if they have anything that they want to share with us, I don't think there's anyone else in here that's on board of psychology. I don't think so. I think they all had to participate by virtual today. But if they have something else they want to help with, I'm going to defer to them because they're on the board and they can help us understand when people get in trouble with this. Okay? And then we also, though, have this is what I'm going to say happens a lot, okay? So you are working with a family, or you're doing co-parenting work, or you're doing family work as a family therapist, and then this is specifically in APA, all right? So this must be something that comes up a lot, which I'm sure it does. But again, I think it's interesting that we do have some things in our APA codes that speak to some of these conflicts that I'm talking about today, okay? I have had to withdraw from a role and make the court aware of the reason I'm withdrawing from a role, all right? And so I've also had to clarify to the court how come I can't take on that role. Or I've been appointed and I'm like, nope, sorry, that's a conflict of interest. And sometimes you have to explain it more than once, okay? And that's okay. I've written letters to explain what that role conflict is, all right? So this is kind of when you're thinking about it, if you're providing therapy, really think what your role is. Are you the co-parent therapist? Are you working with the two parents to help them have a better relationship to help their children? Are you the child's therapist? Are you the family therapist? All right. Sometimes child and family therapy kind of can be a little mixed there, and so you have to be clear and clarify your role. All right. I certainly have worked with children where the child is my identified patient. All right. And I may do some family work, pulling in maybe both parents, one parent, that sort of thing. If it becomes, so I've had a case where I could do that, okay? However, it's probably best if I don't do heavy family work, if that's the main interest that the court is asking, or there's something that needs to be done, if I'm already in the role as the child's therapist, okay? Sometimes that's when roles can be blurred. There are some states that you're not allowed to do that at all, okay? But I'm getting back to Bob's point where we're in a rural area, there's not too many people that do this work, and so you have to assess that risk if you're going to do kind of that dual role with a child and then do family work, all right? There are sometimes I've said, no, I think this needs a separate family therapist, and I'm going to stay in my role as a child therapist. Or I'm going to, I am providing family therapy, and now they want me to do co-parenting. And I'm like, wait, no, that one I'm like, no. I'm going to stick in my role as the family therapist and not do the co-parenting. All right. Sometimes I'm working as a child therapist, and I know they're divorced, and I know the parents just need some help in understanding what's going on with their child. And so to others, it may look like co-parenting. I'm not. I'm addressing the issues that the child is having because of the co-parenting relationship. Any questions or thoughts about that? That's a really heavy one that a lot of times people get confused with.
So, Dawn.
It's on.
Okay,
You just have
okay,
to-
good. Do you have specific ways that you clarify these roles, starting out with the families or the kids or the
Yes,
support?
I do. I do. And I think I have some, actually, that kind of leads us into our next one, which is related to consent. How did you know? So sometimes you can kind of eliminate some of these dilemmas through consent, right? Okay, so let's look a little bit at consent, and then if I haven't answered the question, then we'll come back. Cool. All right. So we do have an informed consent, especially if you're court-ordered or otherwise mandated. There are some really things that we have to discuss with our clients, especially related to our limits of confidentiality before proceeding with that client. All right? So here are some good examples. If I am working with a minor child, okay, or adolescent minor client, and I know that their parents are involved in a divorce or custody battle, which is a lot of the work I do, and they have an attorney ad litem. How many of you know what an attorney ad litem is? An attorney ad litem is someone that is appointed by the court to be the child or minor attorney. Okay? In some states, they're called guardian ad litems. In the state of Arkansas, they're called attorney ad litems, and they have to be an attorney. All right? In other states, guardian ad litems don't necessarily have to be an attorney. But in the state of Arkansas, they do. So I'm going to stick in Arkansas. But an attorney ad litem is appointed by the court to provide what's in the best interest of the child. All right? So that child may have an opinion, and a strong one, about what they want to see happen. That's not necessarily what the attorney ad litem is going to advocate for. They are going to allow the court to know that that's what their client wants, but the attorney ad litem is going to say, however, in their best interest, this is how it needs to be. Okay? All right? So if I have a minor client who I do know they have an attorney ad litem, I, from the start, am going to say to my minor client, hey, this is therapy. What we talk about in here stays in here. I don't go and blab it to everyone. I talked about the 3 instances that I have to share someone. And then I talk about, and I know you have, Miss Amy is your attorney ad litem. And Miss Amy, she, I know, has talked to you about coming to see me. And there may be things that she wants to know about how you're doing in therapy. All right? What I always tell any of my clients, no matter how old they are, is that if I ever have to talk to, and I'm just going to use the attorney, keep on the attorney line. If I ever talk to Miss Amy about something that you and I are working on, I'm going to talk to you first about it. I'm going to ask you how you feel about it, what you would like me to share, and I'm going to also let you know once I've talked to that person what I shared with them. All right? And so, kind of sticky because really they don't have the consent, but I do feel like they have the right to that and to be able to understand what that procedure is, okay? Completely different from when I'm doing a forensic, like a child custody evaluation or a parenting plan evaluation, parenting capacity, they're all called different things. I will tell the adults involved, I know that this has been ordered, and so you feel like you don't have a lot of choices here, and they're not really consenting, you're really assenting to the evaluation. But here, within this evaluation, here are your rights, all right? If they're represented, they have an attorney, and they're not pro se. Pro se means that they're representing themselves. If they have an attorney, at any point in my evaluation with them, they are allowed to stop the evaluation and talk to their attorney, okay? So I try to give them those points that they can do something and they can consent in that way, okay? All right? Very tricky, right? But I do have consent forms, and I'm going to show you one. It might be really, I don't understand. But this was a sample one that I was doing. So I was actually being asked to evaluate a child, and it was court ordered. So it wasn't the parents, but it was the child. And I needed to allow that child to understand what it was I was going to be doing. Okay? And I also then presented it to their guardian. Yes. Thank you, Bob.
There are other situations in which you are going to be required to provide a psychological assessment that may be mandated. For example, in Tennessee, the governor is about to sign an authorization for teachers to be armed, and they have to go through training, et cetera, including a psychological assessment.
Wow.
So, and I do it for police officer applicants and special agents. So I encourage everybody to have a consent form.
Yes.
In which the person who you are assessing knows exactly what you're going to be doing, who has mandated it, and whose property that assessment belongs to.
Yes, yes, and that's where I'm going to get into some of that in a bit. But
May I
that's
ask a question?
Yes,
Okay.
Margaret. Go.
I wondered about when you keep saying the word assessment, are you talking about just a clinical assessment, or are you talking about a formal assessment with testing and all that stuff?
All of the above.
All the above.
Because we can do, our evaluation may include psychological measures. It may include observations. It may include clinical interviews. I would say, I don't know any assessment or evaluation I've ever done for the court that hasn't included a clinical interview. So I'm really thinking through that. I'm pretty sure that probably most of us are going to do a clinical interview with that person. We may or may not do measures. Okay. Yeah. Did that answer your question, Margaret? Thank you. All right. And this, I know this actually was a civil case, like one of the few rare ones that it is civil case, but this is the informed consent I did for that, okay? And so, I talk about that the results are not protected by attorney-client privilege because they're not. It's going to be used in a legal proceeding. Everything that you share with me today or in the measures can be shared with the court. It's admissible into evidence. If there's any concerns you have about the distribution of this report, go speak to your attorney first before you sign this. Okay? And even in my, so I'll get to some of this. Even in my forensic evaluations, when we talk about child custody evaluations, I go through that. I mean, they've signed a consent form with my office already, and if I have time, I'll put that up. Maybe at break, I'll try to pull up one of those. But then I also, when I first meet with them, I go through that again, and I get their verbal consent. And I write that down on my notes that they gave me verbal consent to move forward. All right? Got that? Any questions about that? Okay. Basis for assessments. This is also going to be a big area that we sometimes get in trouble with as psychologists. Okay. You have to base your opinion on information and techniques sufficient to substantiate their findings, okay? So you have to know that what you're giving, how does it relate to what you're going to be doing in the court, or what is the issue that you're addressing for the court, okay? So how many, and this is why I'm going to get into this, how many of you know what Daubert or Fry is? Raise your hand if you have heard these terms and know what they are generally. Oh, wow. What? Wow, 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 wow. This is interesting. Okay. So if I were to ask you, in the state of Arkansas, are we a Daubert state or a Fry state? Y'all are looking at me like, what the heck are you talking about, Dr. Doray? Okay. The Daubert and Fry issue, okay, and I could do a whole presentation that lasts a whole day on this. And trust me, I've been to conferences where I've had a whole day of presentation about this, okay? This is the legal standard to prove that the expert is basing their opinion on legitimate scientific principles, all right? So in our code, that's what we have to do, right? We have to know what it is that we're basing our opinion on, okay? Let's go into a little bit more detail. So we are a Daubert state, by the way, okay? So look that up if you want to. Daubert and Fry has to do with like someone providing expert testimony related to, one of them was a tire company. I'm not getting in the weeds, but I mean, yeah, you can get in the weeds on it, but Kentucky is also a Daubert state, because I looked that up just to make sure this applied. What you have to think about is the proffered witness, so we're talking about expert witness, must be an expert. So the proffered witness must be an expert. And it has to be based on sufficient facts or data that make them an expert. Okay, let's go a step further. The expert must testify about matters requiring scientific, technical, or specialized knowledge. Okay? This is what separates an expert witness from a lay person witness. Okay? So all of us sitting in this room, okay, if you have a license, then you have specialized knowledge. You have just crossed that threshold to say that you can be proffered as an expert witness, as long as you're testifying about your specialty. So if you're talking about scientific principles as related to psychology, then you can be proffered as an expert witness, okay? And the last thing is your testimony must assist the trier of fact. The trier of fact is the judge or the court, okay? So, did you apply the principles and methods reliably to the facts of this case? All right, so this has to do with, if you're using measurements in your assessment, are you using valid and reliable assessments? Are you using valid and reliable assessments to the population to which the court of law is addressing? Okay, so I'm going to take a step back. As a court-appointed expert in child custody evaluations, if I use the MMPI-2, there is lots of data there that talks about a custodial parent, for a custodial evaluation, all right? I did not use or I've chosen not to use when MMPI-2 came out because they didn't have the scientific base for custody litigants, okay? MMPI-3 is lagging a little bit behind on that. So I still use the 2 because I have the data to support that, okay? And also, or the PAI. I can use that because there is data that I can use a comparison group of other child custody litigants. Okay? Then that allows my data to hold up in court as relying on scientific knowledge, and I have that base. All right? I have had to be an expert witness to help an attorney in a Daubert hearing, because you can have a Daubert hearing that they're trying to assess whether that psychologist or mental health professional actually can testify as an expert. Okay? That's why I say I could get in the weeds about this all day long. But, you know, it's a specialized knowledge, but if you're going to be testifying about a report or evaluation, the other attorney who maybe you weren't as favorable to their client may raise this issue, and they may want a Daubert hearing. So it's just good that you have knowledge to know what that is. Okay? I know I got in the weeds a little bit, but I think it's a good weed to get into. All right, any questions? Because that's a lot of information. Any questions on? Okay, all right. Okay, when we talk about record reviews, or you're providing consultation, or you're supervising, right? You still can give an expert testimony on that, but you have to explain how you got that knowledge and how you came to that conclusion, all right? So even if I go into a case and I'm just providing some consultation on the case, then I come in and say, here's everything I've reviewed. So I usually have a whole list of every record I reviewed, and then this is what I'm basing my testimony on. However, I am not going to make an assessment of someone, give a diagnosis, say this is what's going on with them if I haven't conducted an examination of the individual. Okay? This is the other area that I think a lot of mental health professionals get in trouble. Okay? They get in trouble. They get on the stand and they say, let's say they're treating the child, okay? They get on the stand and they say, I don't think parent A should have custody of this child because of XYZ. You did not evaluate that parent. You have no idea. You can say, my child client, I have these concerns based on what my client has said to me, but you do not cross over that boundary and then make an assessment of an individual you have never met or seen. Okay? All right. Again, this is where I believe a lot of mental health professionals overstep their boundaries when it comes to custody and visitation issues. All right? They've maybe never even met the other parent. They've never evaluated both parties. I'm going to say that would then you'd be crossing and being, what? A dual role if you now then evaluate everyone, but you've been the child's therapist, okay? So here's lots of different red flags going off that you want to be thinking, oh, these are all these ethical dilemmas. And you're going to get slammed on the stand if you do this, all right? All right. It's also okay if you have examined the individual and you're still unsure. It is okay to state your limitations. That's actually what we're supposed to do. Or we can state the limitations of the measure that we used, okay? Or the assessments that we gave, or the data we had. We can always state our limitations. That actually makes you a more credible witness. No, I threw a bunch of ethical codes out there, but we're going to go a little bit in depth with a little bit of some of them. I've given you some examples. Is there any current questions right now? Just want to make sure. Okay. Hi. Okay, wait for the mic. When did you sneak in here? I didn't see you sneak in here.
I'm wondering if at some point you might say a little bit about students and us when we're supervising students that kind of stumble on a court-related issue and maybe some ideas in terms of navigating that.
So again, if you are putting your license out there, then you need to be aware of what you're asking your supervisee to do, and you have to be sure in your stance with all these ethical codes with them. If you are supervising someone and they are called to court or subpoenaed, then you as their supervisor, I would suggest that you also need to go as their supervisor so that then you can help them through that process. And really, a lot of times it's really the supervisor that gets subpoenaed, not the student trainee. Did that answer your question, Adam?
The last part of that last statement was really what I was asking about too. Is there a time when you could just say the student doesn't need to be there, that I should go, for instance?
It depends on what the subpoena says, but of course a subpoena is not a court order, and I will say that probably many times today. You can ask the attorney that's subpoena that person or those records. You can talk to that attorney. You can talk to another attorney and get that quashed on that person, but then push it on to you, but I definitely suggest that if you are have a supervisee that if they are called to court and you're their supervisor, you need to be there no matter what. And I do agree with you. I think it's the supervisor should be the one going because they're the ones that hold the liability of that. Yes, Kai.
They're just asking, for some reason, they still can't hear with the mic.
Okay.
We're just going to ask everybody to please put it up close to your mouth. But even so, if you could just still repeat, just like
I
kind
will
of restate
repeat,
the
definitely.
question.
Thank you, Kyle.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, good questions, y'all. I really appreciate it. Okay, this actually is what most courtrooms look like. Anywhere you go, you're going to have, it's usually not this formal. There's only usually one chair up on the pedestal. That's going to be where your judge is or your trier of fact, okay? Then the court reporter, there, it is working. This is usually where the court reporter is. The court reporter is the one that's reporting and recording everything. Sometimes they have like a thing to their mouth and they're talking into, and sometimes they have their little, I don't know what that's called, and I should know that they're typing into. Stenograph, maybe? There we go. All right. Sometimes, okay, so here is sometimes where you come to testify or the attorney comes to ask you questions, and usually on one side of the judge, which they have here, but usually it's a little bit lower to the judges where the witness sits and answers questions. One side is going to be plaintiff's attorney. I'm doing civil court. I'm doing domestic relations. Plaintiff and defendant. Okay, and then usually, because there's a lot of in domestic relations, an attorney ad litem, then they also have a place that they sit. All right. Then in the galley, which is over here, is usually pews like a church. They're the most uncomfortable seats, so if you're going to court, just know it's going to be uncomfortable. Some courts that I go into a lot, because they know me, they allow me to sit in a different chair, just because they know I'm going to be there all day. A lot of times I sit in the pew all day long. But just know that, be comfortable. Okay, but I just wanted to kind of give you guys an idea of usually what a courtroom looks like. And the players, and then there's a bailiff, and the bailiff is the police officer for the court. All right, sometimes bailiffs are in uniform, sometimes they're in plain clothes, but they always will have a weapon on them, just so you know. Okay. hold on. Sorry, I forgot to remove a slide. Okay, so the definitions I'm going to be using are from the Association of Family and Conciliatory Courts, or AFCC. This is a really great resource for you all if you're involved in domestic relations, divorce, custody issues, which I'm going to say, right now, again, think about it. I believe that the probability of any one of us being called into court is mainly going to be due to divorce or custody proceedings if you're a treating professional. Less likely to be the other areas of court. Anybody disagree with that statement? Go, Bob. Wait for the mic, sorry. Apologize.
I took on a part-time job many years ago as an administrative law judge, hearing officer for special education, in which I had to take the testimony of many, many school psychologists and just to let them know that they face the same dilemma in terms of consent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are administrative courts that are just as important as what you're talking about.
Correct. Today. And there's administrative courts, too, when we talk about dependency and neglect that have to do with some of that issues, too. And so school psychologists may be called on a different level to address what they're doing with children in the school system in an administrative area. I agree. Yeah. So, how many sitting in this room treat children, adults, or families? Hoping everyone's hand goes up. If you're in treating role, sorry. All right, keep those hands up. All right, how many of you work with families that are going through a divorce, have divorce, or blended families? Most of us, right? Okay, all right. All right, so that's why I'm kind of more focusing on this aspect. There are other psychologists that are esteemed psychologists that can speak to some of the civil proceedings or other issues that might come up for psychologists. But I think as far as a role in forensic work, it's similar, okay? You're providing testimony and you're staying within your ethical boundaries, okay? All right. But I just wanted to let you know it's a little more skewed this way, okay? But you can kind of think of these same roles in other courts. Okay. What did that go? Sorry. I hit a back button again. Okay. I will, at the break, put on the website for AFCC so y'all can see that, okay? But when we talk about this, I, again, take this from the AFCC guidelines. They are guidelines, just like our ethical codes are guidelines for psychologists. So most of their are guidelines, okay? So they're not strict that you have to stick to it. You have to use your common knowledge, your expertise, your role, your integrity to look through these, okay? All right, so I'm gonna go into a little, okay. So when we talk about a court-involved therapist, because I'm going to relate these then to the ethical dilemmas that we occur, okay? Okay, so a court-involved therapist. This is what I just was asking you all. Most of you had your hands up for this, okay? You may be providing therapeutic services to a child, a minor, an adult, a family, okay? Or a couple. And any time during your treatment of them, they become involved in the legal system, okay? You are now a court-involved therapist, by the way. Congratulations, okay? All right, so I think most of you raised your hand that you probably fit this definition, all right? Okay, so there are gonna be different degrees of court involvement. It's gonna change over time, all right? You may, like I say, be involved with something and then you had no idea that it was going into court, and now they're asking you to do something related to court, okay? Now you're gonna be, oh wait, I went to that presentation, let me look at what my ethics are. Okay, can I do this or not? All right, that's what it's there for, okay? All right. You know, a lot of times people then enter treatment and they know there's something going on and they don't tell you because they know. Most mental health professionals, they hear the word court and they go running and screaming and saying, no, I'm not going to treat you. Do you know how many times I get calls almost on a weekly basis? Eric, would you say on a weekly basis? Oh, you just got, sorry. Squirted water all over us. That how many calls do we get when a person is seeking treatment and they're like, this provider won't help me because they don't go to court? All right? How many referrals do I get on that?
I don't know. It's common, and
Weekly?
it's common.
It's
common.
definitely.
And it goes back to my bandwagon in that the kids, your therapy clients, are losing out on a lot of great providers. Becky Porter.
Oh, don't call out Becky. Becky has gone through a horrible case that I got her involved on, so she's probably, and probably Hillary too. I have Hillary, Becky, wait, who else do I have in this audience that probably has been like, why did you send me this case? No. So, yes, I do think it is a challenge, and that's why a lot of people don't tell you, all right? And then you're in the midst of providing treatment, and it comes up, okay? And so this is to help you when that does come up, because it's going to, all right? Okay. And then you're then going to be rethinking, okay, why did they enter treatment then, okay? And so then you are going to be in some of these ethical dilemmas about what is my role here, okay? All right. What outcomes are expected from the treatment or from the therapist by the parent? Maybe by another professional, maybe by DHS, or maybe the court or court-related person like the attorney ad litem, okay? Once you become involved in this, what does any of these people expect treatment will do for their clients? Okay, so now you've been providing this therapeutic treatment, and now they're in court, and now you're hearing from all these people involved in court, because let me tell you, an attorney ad litem's on the case, they are given an order from the court that allows them to access anybody related to that child. Therapy service providers, school providers, medical providers, all right? So that attorney ad litem can contact you and talk to you, all right? They have that right. So what is it that then what is their expectation of you as the treatment provider, all right? It's good to understand these things so that you can say, I can provide that or I can't provide that. Or I don't think that is relevant in this case, okay? All right. Let's see. And again, a lot of times this is when those multiple roles come in, all right? So how will this legal process affect my client that I've been treating now, all right? Now that I'm aware of it, what is the impact? What might impact that client's, whether it's a child or parent's, functioning in their treatment, okay? You're working with an adult and had no idea that the other spouse was planning to divorce them. And now that brings up a whole slew of other issues that you may have to address in your treatment. So what's the impact of the court on their functioning, and how are you going to address that? All right. And again, and then there's implications of the treatment intervention on the legal process. Okay, so you're working with someone that is there because of trauma, and now you're aware there's going to be a criminal case, but in the criminal case, probably the prosecuting attorney wants that client to look as bad as possible, right? Because they're then going to get other things related to the offender or the criminal case that they're trying to point out. But you're involved in treating them to function better. And so, what is that dilemma there? Okay? And I've had that happen before. And I've had to explain, well, okay, I'm providing treatment for PTSD based on this trauma that the client is telling me they had happened to them. The criminal case is going on to see if there's if that person is responsible. I really don't know because I wasn't there when the act took place, but I can speak to, here are the symptoms that my client is experiencing, this is their perspective, and this is the treatment I'm providing so that they can function better. That doesn't mean that that didn't occur if they're functioning better now. Margaret.
I had a case that was messy. But anyway,
messy in court.
my client who was claiming PTSD, and she did certainly have some of the traits of that, lied in court. And then when when the attorney ad litem said something to me, well, did you know that? And it was a very awkward situation, and I didn't know, I mean, I addressed it with the client. She stopped coming.
Right, I'm sure.
Actually, she addressed it. But I'd love your feedback on that, because she told me a whole different story than she told the court.
I mean, and sometimes the attorney may know this, and you don't, and so they're actually having you come to testify to perjure that client, okay? Which probably could be a whole nother day of speaking of that. The only thing I'm going to say to you as being on the witness stand, your job is to tell the truth. And that, I think, sometimes goes against the grain of us as treatment providers, because we're there to help our clients function better. But we're not there to advocate for them. Okay, that's not our role in a treatment providing setting, okay? Our role is not to advocate for them, all right? Our role is to tell the truth about their functioning and their perspective of what they've told you. You only know what they've told you, right? Again, that's when you're stating a limitation. And you just say on the stand, I was not aware of this. This is what my client shared with me. Then if you have the opportunity to address it with your client, then that's when you're doing the work as a treatment provider saying, I'm really concerned that, that you're presenting two different things, and I can't help you unless I know what's going on. But like you said, they self-selected out and said, nope, I'm not going back, right? But your job is not to advocate at all if you're the treatment provider. There are advocates out there that is their role or their job. So, thank you. Great question. Horrible situation. Yeah. All right. Yeah, here's where I'm just going to spend a little bit of time here. Okay? All right. Here are all the different roles or multiple roles or relationships that I believe can come up. Okay? So, again, just think about multiple dual roles and conflict of interest kind of ethic codes. Okay. Being the therapist at the same time being the evaluator for the court on the same case. I don't know how many times that I've done a court-ordered evaluation, and I have the attorneys even, or the judge, ask me, well, Dr. Doray, you know so much about this case. Can you provide treatment to... no. I can refer you to someone. I'm going to give you several different referrals. But no, I cannot. Now, a lot of my frequent flyers of attorney ad litems and attorneys I work with have this down now. They know it. But every now and then I come across, or I go into a jurisdiction that I have never been in before, or been in front of attorneys and judges and they'll ask me that. Okay? And so just be clear. No, that is a dual role. It's unethical for me to do that. Okay? Or I provided expert witness consultation to one attorney, and now they want me to provide treatment. Nope, can't do that. Or I provided expert witness consultation to one attorney, and now the court wants to order a child custody evaluation. Nope, can't do that. Okay. You've been providing treatment to the child, and now the court wants you to provide treatment to the parents. This might be where we get a little bit starting to go, is there anybody else that can do this? Can I refer out? Is this maybe one of those times that I have to look at the harm versus and the risk of not doing that? Okay. Might be starting to get into an area where you're having to think, okay, is it something I could do or not do? Okay. I certainly have had this dilemma come up lots of times in working with a child, and they have a parent maybe in a different state that comes every so often, and they want some family work done. To me, is it reasonable to maybe do that family work because my child is my client and I'm addressing helping them being able to function better with that other parent because there's many differences in the two homes and they're having to travel out of state with that one parent? Yes, I'm going to weigh that. Are there cases where I've said no to that? Yeah, I have. Right? Mainly because the court wanted someone to provide that and they wanted to appoint someone. That to me is more of a role violation. But you can see how it starts to get sticky, right? Yeah. How many of you do 90837, 90834, but also do 90847 and 90846? I know I do. Anyone else do? Hillary, Becky? Yeah. Yeah. To me, I think as long as you can document the reason that you're doing that. Okay. If there's not any other provider too. Or if you know it's a one or two thing that once or twice that you need to do that. All right. Again, is my focus on helping that child who's my identified client. LMFTs might have different things that they have to go on their guidelines, and so it might be really different. Okay, but as a psychologist, I believe my ethical code allows me to do some of that. And I did, Bob, really clearly have in my notes, difficult in rural areas. All right? You need to assess the harm if provide a dual role and a harm if you don't. So I don't mind repeating myself because I do think these things are important for us to be considering. Okay? All right. Becoming a therapist or evaluator of a family member you've been involved with in treatment in the past. I would say that's a multiple relationship, dual role. Now, I've had a very interesting scenario come up. Arkansas is a small state. We all know that, okay? I'm sure Kentucky's the same way. So I was court appointed to do an evaluation, 2 psychological evaluations on 2 parents that were in the middle of a divorce and custody proceedings. And the first parent comes in to be evaluated. We start talking. He starts talking about a person I know, and I'm like, what? Time out. Had to take a time out. So what happened was he started talking about his relationship with his nephew, who I actually had treated for a very long time. I wasn't currently in the process of treating that client, but that client and that family, I was aware of what was going on in that other family, so I had knowledge that was biased. Time out, call both attorneys. I'm going to have to stop this. I'm going to have to refund all my retainer, even the work I've already done. This is a conflict. And on one of them, I couldn't explain what the conflict was because then that's confidentiality, right? I just said, I have a role conflict here. I have an ethical duty not to take on this evaluation. I have a conflict of interest. I don't have to explain what my conflict of interest is. One of the parties knew, right? Because they obviously were like, once they figured out I couldn't do it anymore, they figured out why, right? But they already knew that that client was had been in treatment with someone, and probably knew it was me after they thought about it, okay? But you see how I had to be really clear that I'm like, can't give away confidentiality, I can't give away that information, but I can just say this is a conflict, okay? Very interesting that that happened. That was, I think, the one and only time I've had that specific thing happen. I have had instances where it's a conflict because I have a different, not in a professional role, but in a private role, you know, in a non-professional role. I'm like, no, I can't take that on, right? So, because we are a small state, we're going to have conflicts at different times. Okay. Here's the main harm if you do a dual role for the court system. So these conflicts can diminish public trust and confidence in the therapeutic service and in the court. All right? So the main thing to be aware of in the court, if you do this, then you're diminishing that trust, okay? And it's a public realm, and so you're really diminishing the field of psychology in the public and in court. Not to mention then what with your client. So, I mean, it's a broader sense. Okay. And sometimes, like I said, it can't be avoided. So it's best to explain to all the parties and the legal professionals your concerns and limit what you can. Okay, I'm going to get a really good example on this one that I never thought would happen, but did. Because we are such a small state, do I see attorneys and their family members? I do, you know. Have I evaluated or had to evaluate an attorney and their family? Yeah, okay. The tricky part came, I did an evaluation, and it was psychological evaluations that ended up going to court, and I had to testify. Later on, that attorney I was in a case where I was a treatment provider. And later on, one of the parents changed their attorney, and they changed it to this attorney that I had already evaluated. And to me, that was a conflict. However, I wasn't the one that caused the conflict, so I didn't feel like it was my duty to remove myself from that conflict. I explained it to all the attorneys involved, and the solution, we came up with a really good solution that attorney, if I was on the stand, wouldn't be the one asking me direct or crossing me, okay? I still have difficulties with this one, but I do it because I made it very clear what the conflict was, and I made it very clear what my limit was. Okay? And as long as everyone's aware of it, they continue to use me as the treating provider. So, yes, wait, Lisa has a question.
How are you able to make that clear and maintain the confidentiality?
Well, there's no confidentiality because they're in court. Okay. Yes. Although I did speak with the attorney at Lydom to begin with, which in fact, she also had a conflict because she was the attorney at Lydom in that case with the other attorney. But they don't have the same kind of conflicts that we do. But that was a good person for me to go to because she was aware of the conflict, right? And so then once I spoke with her, then we spoke to well, of course, the one attorney knew that there was a conflict, and this is the other attorney that didn't know. But I spoke to the attorney that I did know that I had evaluated and let that attorney know I was going to speak to the other attorney and make my conflict known. Yes, it was a mess. I think someone in the back there.
Document that in writing with the parties also, or put some kind of global document that tells them that, you know, this is what I have informed you without revealing what it is, and then having them sign off so they... Do you document that in writing so that later the parties can't come back and say, well, I didn't know, or you didn't tell me? You've got some document to rely upon.
No, but I made it very clear that I was going to let all the parties know too. because I thought that was important that they were aware of, because it was going to come up at some point, right? Because if the one attorney, and there were several attorneys involved, so if that one attorney tells their client, hey, I can't cross or redirect Dr. Doray, or direct or cross her, then they're going to go, why? Right? So everyone was aware before I moved forward. So you're going to treat people that you know outside of your role as a psychologist. You're going to see them in other places too, which might be an ethical thing we talk about tonight at our social gathering. Hint, hint, giving a plug for that. All right. This is a good place to stop. It's 10:27. Let's take about a 10-minute break. Don't know your name and you want to answer a question, please don't hesitate. I know most of you in the room, but I don't know everyone, so I apologize if I don't say your name when I give you the mic. But I think everyone I've known so far, so thank you. Made my job easier. It was Eric is, I don't know if most of you know that, but Eric, who is currently the executive director, he's my spouse, and he does all the non-clinical work in my office. So that's why I turned to him and asked him. But he was pointing out that the last slide I had up there with all the different multiple relationships and dilemmas, he's like, you have had almost every single one of those this past year come up. And I'm like, there you go. He kind of keeps me on task sometimes and reminds me, oh, you did this and you did this. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. Just kind of when you're doing, so this is still related to kind of the dual role or multiple relationships as a court-involved therapist. Think about what are these implications and possible different scenarios that might come up. The parent is involved in court, but recognizes the child's distress and seeks treatment for the child. Right? That's pretty appropriate, don't you guys think? Their child's distressed at what's going on between their parents or distressed about something going on related to court, and they seek out treatment appropriately for their child because they don't like that their child's in distress. Okay? All right. Parent seeks therapy for the child in hopes of improving their own position in a court case. I'll immediately be thinking of role. Okay? Maybe they secure the therapist's direct or indirect participation as a way to report back to the court. Or maybe they know there's a custody evaluation going on and they're like, oh, I want this to look good in my evaluation. Okay? Just be aware of all these things and think about them. Okay? Court orders therapy to address a particular issue, okay? May require some degree of reporting requirement or contingencies allowing reporting. So be thinking about consent and confidentiality issues, okay? Sometimes the court may believe that there's some type of child abuse or maltreatment going on. And so they want this child to be seen by someone to help the child, okay? Or maybe they want you to find out if this really did occur. No, that would be maybe a role violation, maybe not ethical in your boundaries as a psychologist. Maybe you need to explain that you don't evaluate for that. That's a forensic role with DHS. All those things have happened all the time. All right. What if in your assessment, based on the concerns, I'm just going to the last one here, okay? What if the concerns that the court had are not relevant to your client? Is it okay to continue treatment? Who do you report to? how does confidentiality apply if you know you will be reporting back to the court? Hence why I tell my minor clients, if they have an attorney ad litem, kind of that procedure. How does a parent or a client give consent in these cases? Okay. All right. You know, it's okay. Oh, and the other thing to think of is like insurance issues. You know, is this treatment medically necessary? Even if it's been court ordered, after you do your assessment and you're going to be billing insurance, is it medically necessary? These are all ethical dilemmas that may come up in these different scenarios or situations. All right, so we were just talking about a court-involved therapist, but you can be a court-appointed therapist. And this is when the court designates a specific mental health therapist. And the court order may describe the expected treatment. May not. May just be everyone needs to be in treatment. Okay. Has anyone ever been appointed by the court to provide treatment? Okay. A few smatterings here and there. Which court was it? Circuit? Which circuit court was it? Juvenile, criminal, domestic relations? That's why I put this slide out there in the beginning. Go back to it and kind of understand kind of where they are and what court you're in, okay? Because then you can go to specific law related to that field, okay? So, really important, before you accept the appointment, and you have the right to refuse the appointment, just because the court order says Dr. Doray is going to provide treatment to XYZ, Dr. Doray does not have to accept that appointment, okay? Maybe I don't have any room in my client, which I usually don't, and I'm like, I don't have the energy to take on this case right now. All right? I have to be really careful because for me, because I do a lot of court evaluations in domestic relations, and they wax and wane. So I might have 4 or 5, and then I might have nothing for a month or 2. But also I'm a treatment provider, and I also do therapy. And so I have to be really careful about taking on too many therapy clients when I have all this court forensic work to do. All right? And that's a really delicate balance. And a lot of the courts that I do work in, which are a lot in Pulaski County, a lot of those judges want me to do treatment too. And they appoint me all the time. It's really helpful when an attorney calls you first and says, hey, Dr. Doray, can you take on this case? Right? Before you appoint me. But if you get appointed to do something and you can't take it on, you can refuse that appointment. Okay? Is it within your scope of practice? Does it need to come up more? Is that better? What? I may have to hold a mic. Is it really interfering? I'll hold a mic. Is it okay now? Okay. Let me know if it isn't or not. I will switch to a mic if I need to. I move around too much. Okay, so be thinking of, are you competent to provide what the court is asking you to provide? All right? What, within confidentiality realms, is this something that you feel like you can provide within your confidentiality ethics? Okay? Is it something you're willing to work on because there might be consent issues that you have to think about? Okay. You then, could it be actually a conflict of interest because you already were in a relationship or there's a conflict with the who's involved in this case? All right. So again, before accepting that appointment, think of all these things as possibilities. All right? Okay. If you cannot accept the appointment, it is okay to write a letter to the court and to explain the reason that you're not going to accept the appointment. Sometimes you can just talk to, if you are friendly with the attorneys involved in that, or the attorney at Leiden, you can just speak to them and they will remove you, and they'll get that. Sometimes they want you to write a letter for the judge to have in the court documents. Have any of you ever had to not accept an appointment? Hillary back there. Margaret, yep, okay. It's okay, you don't have to accept it. Don't feel bad. Yes, Hannah.
So if you were to write such a letter, do you usually, well, I guess when you started, did you consult with a lawyer first? Or did you kind of just explain yourself and send that over?
So when I first was doing this, yes, probably the first time I had to do it, I consulted with an attorney that I knew just to say, hey, is it, because it kind of was like, can I do this, really? I don't have to accept this? So yes, I had feedback from an attorney that helped me. But now I know I don't have to accept it, and I can just say either my caseload is full, I have a conflict of interest, whatever.
Thank you.
Okay? The judges will be okay. They will be okay. They really will. Margaret.
Yeah, one more quick question. I've been in a situation through the years a couple of times where my client says, I don't want you to testify. And so I've had to work with the subpoena and all that kind of thing. Can you give me or all of us the updates about how you work with not wanting to conform to a subpoena?
So I do have a slide here in a little bit. As psychologists and LPIs, we actually have, luckily we have, I don't think any other mental health professionals do, we have actually privilege the same way as an attorney-client privilege in the state of Arkansas. So I have seen mental health professional, I'm going to backtrack. I've seen psychologists and LPIs be able to use that as a way to quash a subpoena. And I've been able to use that to quash a subpoena to testify or to release records, okay? In those situations, again, a subpoena is not a court order, but you do have to respond to it. You can quash it, which means you can get another attorney to say the reasons why this needs to be quashed, meaning the subpoena goes away. Or you have to get a court order, and the judge then orders you to have to testify, which then gives you protection, excuse me, with liability, and it gives you protection with your client. Because then you can say to your client, I was court ordered to testify. I didn't have a choice. Unless you want to go sit yourself in jail for contempt. I don't know many of us that are willing to do that with a court order. I mean, I know I'm not. There may be one or two cases I might put myself on that hill, but I don't know.
Well, you made it very hard.
I've made it very hard. I agree. I have made it very hard or difficult. But if I have a court order, that's different than a subpoena. A subpoena is not a court order. So if you learn one thing today, learn that. And learn that you have to respond to the subpoena. You can't just ignore it, even though it's not a court order. It still is requesting you to do something. If you ignore the subpoena, then you can have contempt charges brought up against you or ethic violation. So, did that answer your question, Margaret? Okay. All right. There also may be a court order that this person or people seek treatment, but it doesn't designate the specific mental health professional. All right? Have any of you accepted to treat a client because a judge or court ordered that treatment take place? Again, it's kind of the similar things to think about as far as competency, confidentiality, consent issues. Okay? So think about that, okay? So I'll give you an example where I had, and Hillary can probably jump in on some of that. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I had a quick question. Yes. I have worked with other providers who were designated by their board for treatment as part of their like reinstatement of their license.
Oh, okay,
I was
yes.
wondering like how that might be similar or different.
So they had an order for treatment, but who they chose was up to them. Yes, so that would fall under a court-ordered therapist, in my belief, because they're being ordered for treatment, but it doesn't designate who the provider is. But it may designate it has to be a psychologist, or it may designate it has to be someone with this expertise. So really look, you can ask to see that court order. And I actually recommend that you do. So if someone says, I have a court order for treatment, you ask to see that court order, because that's going to tell you if you have the competency to treat that for that issue. Or if it's not very clear, it may give you some guidelines to go, do you give me permission to speak to your attorney so that I can understand what it is the court is wanting from this? Okay? So you can do all of that before you agree to take on a client.
Might have a conflict.
A conflict too. You might get that order and go, oh, I have a conflict, right? Oh, I didn't know the other party was XYZ. I know I have a conflict. You don't have to explain what the conflict is. You just say you have a conflict. All good questions. Courtney back there has a question.
So when you have a court-ordered evaluation or a court-ordered therapy, who's paying for that?
No, that is an excellent question. And it's a good question to think about before you take on. So here's where I'm going to say this kind of brings in that medically necessary, right? So if you're providing therapy and you believe that it's medically necessary and they have insurance, by all means, use the insurance, okay? If you don't think it's medically necessary, then ethically you really can't accept insurance, correct? Right. If you're willing to take on a self-pay client, so you're not having now to really, you may not think it's medically necessary to meet the standards for insurance, but you believe there's something there that you can help them with in your therapy that you provide, may not be medically necessary. Can it be self-pay? Certainly can be. Again, these are all the things you have to think about, all right? A lot of times, if I have a court order for therapy and I'm the designated provider, a lot of times I do not accept insurance. And then that kind of brings me out of that realm of, is it medically necessary, right? If I'm providing a court-ordered evaluation, no way is that going to be by insurance. In fact, that's what my policies clearly state, and I give out information to attorneys all the time if they're wanting to utilize me for a court-ordered psychological evaluation or child custody evaluation. That is self-pay. Never, ever do I let insurance pay for that. Because I don't know if it's medically necessary or not, and I have to do it before I know that, really. I would say that might get you in more trouble if you do insurance for an evaluation ordered by the court. Good question. Thank you, Courtney. Wait, follow up, go.
And I do think it gets a little sticky, it's like, who is your client? Because if the attorney is paying for, there you go. If the attorney is paying for the evaluation, or is that coming from the, patient, are they paying for it? And then who has access to things?
Okay, so if I am court-ordered to provide a child custody evaluation or psychological evaluation for the court is my client. Which is why I never charge insurance, because the litigant is not my client. And I don't release it, thank you. I do not release my report to the litigant or the party. I release it to the court, because who's my client? The court, okay? Therapy, though, is different, okay? Therapy is, no, to me, the court is not your client in a therapy case. But that's why you have to be really clear on your boundaries and your role. And you know, there may be information the court doesn't get because that's confidential, and that's, you have not agreed to give that information. Okay? That answer it? Is there still lingering? You're thinking of something there? No?
Just being really clear up front.
Being very clear up front. I always am very clear to state, you are not my client. When I do an evaluation, you are not my client. The court is my client. Right. All right? Even though you may be paying me for my service, you are paying me for my service, not my recommendation or my opinion. Okay? When I take on expert witness consult, when I do a consult, I really prefer the attorney to pay me. Sometimes do I take a check from their client? Yes, but I'm very clear to state this is your attorney is recommending this, and your attorney is the one that signed my expert witness agreement. Yep. Most attorneys do pay me in those situations. If you do a work product review, the attorney pays you, not the client, not their client, because that's not my client. The attorney's my client. But you see how all this gets kind of, woo. That's why you got to be really clear what those ethical boundaries are and what your role is and what your competency is. Which is what I just said. What is in your scope of practice? And then also, you're going to have to explain confidentiality issues in those cases. Again, if the court is ordering certain things, are they aware of that order? Do they know that you may be writing a letter to the court stating, hey, we're making progress in this, hey, we're not making progress, hey, they're attending, they're not attending. So you can just be clear up front, and you can have them sign a consent to that and be very specific with it. So, really, whether you're court-appointed, court-ordered, or you're court-involved therapist. So any of the dilemmas that we just talked about applies to all of them, right? It all applies. So, well, there, I have about declining. So, again, you can assert the clerk of the judge. You can talk to and not accept the appointment. You can talk to the attorney ad litem, okay? Really, again, if you think about it, if there's any conflicts, it's important to tell the court that, because then that really helps the court understand that you're being ethical and that you have a professional obligation. Or you can also specify what your limits are, okay? So you can say, I can accept to do X, Y, Z, but I can't do A, B, C, and explain that why you can't do that, all right? And then the court then will decide if they still want to use you or not. Yes?
Okay, we have somebody who has kind of a question slash comment. She said, well, here she says, I would be interested in seeing copies of the paperwork shared with attorneys on these issues.
Okay, I will get the letter we send to attorneys. Okay, so we'll get that up, and I'll get that at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't want to try to go back and forth, but Eric will get that set up. All right. Let's see, and I always seem to turn to him when he's eating or drinking. I apologize again. All right. Any other conflicts that anyone has had to deal with or had to share with the court? Any other conflicts that you can think of or have a question about? You mean I covered it all? No, I didn't. You're probably going, wait, I didn't think about that one. All right. Again, being able to state what our limitations are, again, holds us more credible in the court of law. It really does. None of us know it all. I don't know it all. I already told y'all there are some things I come on like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh, yeah. Or when I first started doing this work, I didn't know everything that I'm telling you. Did not. Okay? Let's talk a little bit about children. I know we have talked a little bit about this throughout the presentation, but really just be aware if you're in that treatment role, what that impact of the court involvement might have on your child client. And is that going to affect your hypotheses as a therapist and your treatment goals? Okay, because it may. Okay, Adam has a question over here.
I'll try to speak really loud.
No, it's because of the virtual, yeah.
So with child clients, I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about preparing them for court and testimony without over-preparing them in ways we shouldn't, but just some guidelines there or thoughts.
Adam, I'm going to hold that to the end because I have a whole nother presentation that I do a full day on that. But I will speak, just remind me at the end to go back to that. Okay, thank you. I can discuss that, but I'll save it for the end. Okay, all right. Here is one area though, and Adam, I thought this is what you were gonna ask, but this is good. If you're involved and you're providing treatment to a child whose parents are divorced, how many of you have a policy regarding that? I'm just gonna say in general, if anyone has a policy regarding parents of divorce and one parent calls you for treatment. No, I'm just seeing, I'm like, no, I'm going to narrow it down. Adam may.
We kind of do. I think we have something formal also, but I know sort of informally we have some things like step-parent involvement we have to be careful with on forms. And a lot of times a parent will bring in a child and want therapy, sometimes relating to the life at the other parent's home and not tell the other parent. And so then I have an informal policy there. I'm just like, I may do that for a session or two, and then we need to not be doing that. And one of the main reasons I'll say to the kid too and to the other parent is that once we incorporate the other parent, which we need and have to do and will be doing, they're going to feel like we're against them if we've been meeting, having sessions for months and didn't involve the parent. So it makes it hard to incorporate them later.
Right. Risk if don't involve both parents. Here's where I'm going to tell you I made a huge policy change to my policies in my agency, okay? Made a huge change because I had a problem come up. And I made this change, and it has made the world of difference for me and how I treat these types of clients, okay? All right, so in the state of Arkansas, don't know about Kentucky, but you can tell us. In the state of Arkansas, either parent, any legal guardian can bring their child in for treatment. They do not have to have permission from the other parent or other guardian, okay? So in the state of Arkansas, parent A can bring child into therapy and parent B has no idea, okay? And this is what Adam was starting to talk about, the risk of doing that, okay? Because then now issues start coming up about that child in parent B's household that you want to address in treatment, but you have no idea what's really going on in parent B's home because you have never met parent B, okay? All right? All right. So here's my policy change. Even though in the state of Arkansas, it's legal for parent A to bring that child into me without consent of parent B, I do not allow that in my practice. Both parents have to consent to treatment. Both parents do not have to participate if they don't want to. I prefer that both parents participate, but I will no longer treat a child from parent A without consent from parent B. It is a policy I changed because what I saw happen is the child was being placed in the middle. over and over again. Even when I brought in parent B later, they still felt like the child was in the middle. And they are, okay? They're in the middle too when I have both parents. But at least I can tell the child, both your parents consented to this because they believe this is important to you. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But I can say to the child, I have their consent, okay? Meaning your parent B knows you're coming to see me. You don't have to keep that a secret. Even if parent A is telling you that, you don't have to. Okay? See all the ethical dilemmas that come up in treating children in these cases? Oh, big. Okay, Judd has a question. Oh, wait, Kyle, you go first, because you have the mic first.
Yep, I just have just a couple of, so in the state of Arkansas, can it be in the divorce decree that if it's like maybe joint custody, will they sometimes decree that really both parents do need to know? Can that be specified, even if that's not? Or have you seen that?
I mean, it can't, I mean, usually, so the decree may say that they have joint legal custody,
legal.
okay? Really, all that says is they have to discuss, and sometimes one parent has final say. So one parent may have final say on medical decisions. Well, sometimes parent A, oh, I have final decision. So whether you don't like that, oh, well, I'm still going. No, Dr. Doray, nope, the other parent has to consent. Don't try to get around that, even because you have final, I get that you have final medical say. Great, good for you. But you're not going to be coming to my clinic without both consenting.
Thank you for that. It's just Joyce is online and she says that we require a copy of divorce decree verifying who has authority for treatment in any special situations.
I mean, I agree to that too, but I take it kind of out of I will say there are situations in which I do not require consent from both parties, very rarely. Open investigation on one parent. For maltreatment, I'm not going to ask for that consent until that either is unsubstantiated, and then I'm going to incorporate them in, or they're in domestic relations court and the judge orders that parent consent or participate. That's the only situation that I think I found, because I even had one case recently where one parent really wasn't involved, and they were heavily involved in substances, but I still had that parent go out and find that parent and consent. Two. Oh, I've had two.
Okay, so my question is more like a scenario, and maybe have you ever faced this? I think your policy will protect you, but parent A has child with therapist A, parent B doesn't know and wants child to go to therapist B. So now child is getting treatment or potentially getting treatment from two different providers.
I've had that come up. Definitely had that come up, which is why my policy helps prevent that, right? And then I can then discuss with both parents how that's unethical. It's a really unethical, and then once that therapist finds out, I've had that happen where I didn't know, and I find out, and I'm like, whoa, we both can't be treating. Okay? Let me address this right now. Somebody has to step down. Okay? Unless it's a family therapist, and they're only doing family work, and I'm the individual therapist, or vice versa. Had that. John? Okay.
I've seen several minors thought they were transgender, and in several times, one parent was totally against it, did not want to even talk about a child being transgender, and the other one was supportive. And in those cases, I made sure, particularly in divorce cases, I made sure that the parent bringing the child in had legal authority to do that, bring them in, and then I don't require consent of the other. And I think it's in the best interest of the child to provide treatment to help them through that. without the consent of the other parent.
Right, so I think that would be another situation that you have that documented, that you've made that choice and that decision to do. I think there are some, I don't think it addresses the transgender issue, but there are with 16-year-olds and above that can consent for treatment without, actually they can consent themselves without either parent being involved, but it gets sticky when they're under that age, yes. I've actually had to deal with this in evaluations, so yes. That I think would be another situation in which you take in all the risk and what would be the harm if you didn't provide the treatment. So, yeah, thank you, good point. Did I miss anybody? I don't know, this is one I usually get a lot of questions on, so thank you. Okay. And again, I think I alluded to this earlier, is your role as a therapist is to promote successful psychological functioning of your client. It's not your purpose to serve in the role as an advocate, a forensic expert, or produce a particular outcome in the legal process. So if you just keep that in mind, okay, and give yourself that mantra all the time, is, you know, it may be difficult, as Margaret shared with us, that something comes up, but, you know, your role is not to advocate, you know, your role is to be that in that role of the provider. And you may have to say things that maybe aren't so kind about your client on the stand. I mean, you try to state it in a way that is, you know, not harmful or damaging, but you may have to say something that isn't kind. You can say it in a respectful way. Maybe that's the best way of me saying that. Okay, I think a lot of I think psychologists get hung up on, can they be a treating expert versus a mental health forensic expert? Okay, so I'm going to kind of tell you the difference. Okay, and then as I alluded to earlier, Arkansas code allows us to do this. Okay, all right, so so you can be a treating expert and you can be qualified by the court as an expert even if you're the therapist. All right. So remember when we were talking about way back about Daubert, you have clinical expertise as a treating provider, all right? So you can provide expert witness testimony based on your clinical expertise. Would everyone agree with that, or do I have some people that disagree with that? It's okay if you disagree, it's okay. Because I've had this discussion before with a lot, all right? The main thing you have to be aware of is that if you have specialized knowledge that's going to help the trier of fact, which is the court or the judge, kind of interchange those all together, okay? Then you are allowed to provide opinions based on evidence presented to the court in your role as a therapist. Because as a fact witness, you only can state the facts, okay? You know, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts, sir, right? Did they come to treatment on this date? Yes. Did you provide an hour service? Yes. All right. Who was present in the therapy session? Mom, dad, and child. Those are facts, right? Observable facts, right? You cannot then, as a fact witness, talk about how are they doing in therapy? What's the progress they've made? Okay? Because that's based on your clinical opinion, right? Kyla.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge Gary's comment. He says there is the immediate issue of dual relationships if therapist agrees to be an expert. And then he has reason, because some answers in testimony may be harmful to the client.
And that's what I think we were talking about earlier. You're right, some maybe, that's that kind of ethical dilemma you have to weigh. But again, if you're willing to talk about their psychological functioning over time, their progress in treatment, the relationship dynamics, based on your clinical expertise, all right? You're right, you may be saying something that isn't going to be helpful for your client, all right? But hopefully that you've addressed that with your client before you go to testify. If they're asking you to testify, you need to tell them, okay, if I get asked this, then I have to say this. So you can prep your client beforehand if they're going to give you permission to testify. All right? The main thing, though, that you really need to address is, or make sure that you don't do, is you cannot make psycholegal recommendations. All right? You cannot talk about this, that they're okay in visitation like this. This is who should have custody. This is who should have decision-making authority. Okay? You have not evaluated that as the treating provider. All right? What I think Gary is saying is that you do have to consider if your testimony is going to affect your therapeutic relationship. Again, if you're subpoenaed and you think it's going to affect your therapeutic relationship, there are things that you can do to quash that subpoena. If you are court-ordered to testify, you have a court order. If you go to court, I have seen mental health professionals be able to state in court, I'm only going to speak to, when they attended, how often they've come, and limit what they're going to testify to, okay? Because they believe that's best for their client. As a psychologist, we actually have a rule, like I said, I'll get to that one. I don't know exactly where it is, but go ahead.
Sorry, okay.
No, Gary, I know Gary and I've had this discussion a lot, so.
So he did comment, but Joyce also had a question. She said, I've been ordered by a judge to give my opinion on the stand after clarifying my role. The issue was whether wanting opinion if harmful for sisters to be separated. What would you do?
Right, so on the stand, again, you may be thinking you're a fact witness, but then the judge does change your role, and now he makes you an expert, all right? Then you are very clear, like Joyce said, you define your limits to your role and what you're able to testify to and not. If, hey, you've been treating both of these sisters, do you think it would cause them harm to separate them and to go like a separate custodial schedule, I think is what Joyce is saying. If you believe your clinical knowledge allows you to offer an opinion on that, you can. If you believe your clinical knowledge in the case, that's not something you've explored and you don't know, then you say, I don't know. I don't have the sufficient clinical knowledge to answer that question. Or that's beyond my role in this case. That's a good question. Okay? I mean, good question to the judge, Or, well, the sisters seem really close to each other. I could see how that might bring concerns for my clients if they were separated. You're still not offering, should they be separated or not? You can talk about what concerns you would have for your clients if that were to happen. But you're not going to make the ultimate decision as far as, oh, they'll be okay to be separated, or no, you shouldn't separate them. That might be where I come in as a custody evaluator. Hey, that is something as a custody evaluator I could opine on as long as I have questioned that and assessed that. Yes.
Yeah, she just followed up and said that she did offer the opinion that being together was in their best interest.
You can, like I said, if you believe you have that clinical knowledge based on your treatment of that, then you can offer that. Okay. But again, it might be on the spot that you're having to kind of think through these ethical dilemmas, which is good that we're bringing them up so you kind of have that knowledge to think about. Margaret, did you have a? Okay, I thought you had a question. All right. Hillary.
and you may talk about this, but if the responsible party for financial payment or whatever refuses to pay you your fees that they agreed to, and they only pay you the fact witness fee, maybe $30 fee, you are then a fact witness and don't have to.
Correct,
become an
especially as a
expert.
psychologist, because we have that right. But I've had to get up on the stand before because I have not received payment for. So my expert witness fee is certainly a lot more than the state mandated fact witness fee. Okay, just saying. Which is also another reason why I'm like, as a treating professional, if you stay within these bounds, you can be an expert witness, which is going to be quite different in what you're allowed to, your reimbursement for your services, okay? Because it is a service. Yeah, I've had to say, you know what? I have not been paid as an expert witness. I'm only going to be able to provide you facts. The date of service, I did X, Y, Z, like this person was here, this is how long the session was, this was the billing code. And sometimes I've had a judge sit there and order them to pay me. You're going to pay me right now, right then and there. I've also had judges say, okay, we're going to do a payment, you have to pay her within 30 days. Well, I have an attorney friend that if they haven't paid me is going to write to the court, they're in contempt, Dr. Doray needs to be paid. Okay? Oh, challenges. All right. I have seen so many times where a mental health professional has stepped into the mud of making a psycholegal recommendation. Have I been called as an expert witness consultant to say, oh, they just did something wrong, nope, they can't testify to that? Many times. All right? And this is why it's so important that we have these discussions and we have these topics in conferences, because it's really important for everyone to know this. I don't want you to be up there on the stand and someone like me comes along and said, you're unethical, now I have to report you. Just this week, I'm going to have to call another psychologist in a different state, and explain how that psychologist was unethical in this case, and point out that's our duty as a psychologist, by the way. If we know someone is being unethical, it's like one of the first things in our ethical code, all right? I'm going to have to confront that psychologist and say, hey, this is how I see things that happened. They did a work product review, so they got all my stuff, my notes, the test, everything in a child custody evaluation. And then I come to find out that that person interviewed one of the parties, may have evaluated that person before they were made a consultant to that attorney. And there is more to it. There's another way that they were, I believe, were in a dual role. So I'm now going to have to confront that, okay? It's not fun, but that's actually the reason I got into this. I got into doing these types of evaluations because of another psychologist who I believed was being unethical in their duties as a forensic evaluator. And I'm like, there has to be some other voice here. All right. I can go on with lots of examples, but I need to look at our time. Oh, 30 minutes. I know, that's how it always is. Okay. So we talked about a treating expert, but that's different than a mental health forensic expert. This is what we usually think of when we think of an expert witness. They're hired or they're appointed by the court to provide an evaluation or a consultation on some matter. Okay? Again, you have to only stay within your scope of practice, so I can't go there and talk about traumatic brain injury and the impact, because I don't have that specialty, all right? I might have a specialty being in court. I'm called all the time, by the way, by attorneys. Hey, Dr. Ray, we have this case. Can you? I'm like, nope, not in my lane. I'm not stepping into that lane, by the way. Okay? So that's okay. All right? Even if you have been appointed in that court before, it's okay to be very clear of what you can and cannot, what is in your scope, what is in your competency. Okay? All right. So there are federal rules of evidence. Some states don't have to follow the federal rules. Arkansas does, and I believe Kentucky does too, just so you know. So there is Rule 706. All right, so write down Rule 706 so you can go and investigate later. But this is about court appointing an expert. The court may appoint any expert witness of its own selection. A witness so appointed shall advise the parties of their findings, if any. A deposition may be taken by any party, and that witness may be called to testify by the court or any party. Okay? Expert witnesses so appointed are entitled to reasonable compensation in whatever sum the court may allow. Yeah, so they want you to be compensated as an expert witness, okay? I get this now. It started showing up in court orders recently, but I'm a Rule 706 expert as deemed by the court. Like, that'll be in the court order. And so if you see that, Rule 706, the court is appointing you as an expert, that's what it means. Again, you don't have to take the appointment, but if you see that, you're kind of almost granted some better protection with that because now you're the court's expert. Okay. So just know that that's what it is. And you can actually, if you are being asked to testify as an expert witness and an attorney is reaching out to you, you can ask that attorney to make a motion for you to be a Rule 706 expert. Okay? Some things to put in your back pocket and say, yeah, this can help me. Okay? All right. And that's also, if you have the Rule 706, what's nice is that's really basically saying under Daubert standards that you are an expert. Makes it less likely to be challenged on Daubert. All right. So just know forensic expert can do all the, they might be able to do all these things. So I'm going to go back to one of the first slides we had and look at the different forensic psychological assessments, which I think fall under you are a expert witness. Okay. That's a lot. Again, this is a newer one that's in the code, which is nice. So I've done my most is with G, parental fitness and child custody evaluations. There's a lot of talk in the kind of nationally and internationally of not calling them child custody evaluations, calling them parenting plan evaluations, because some people like custody is like it's there's just a lot of going back and forth on that. But in the state of Arkansas, it's a parental fitness or child custody evaluation. All right. And I've done a little bit with B and C. I've had like early on, I worked with some psychiatrists at the state hospital. They had a private forensic, and they had me do like intellectual measures on a defendant who they thought had some intellectual disabilities, and that was going to play a part in the role of their defense. So I have limitations to that. H, yes, evaluations related to guardianship and testamentary capacity. And so a lot of times people think of that as guardianship for someone 18 or over, but it also could be for an adoption, that sort of thing. Okay? I'm going to slip through these. I'm not doing these slides. Like, again, whole another couple of hours on those. So, okay. come tonight. You can talk at at our social function. I'm happy to talk more about it. So, okay, reports to the court. So, these can bring about a lot of ethical dilemmas for a mental health professional providing therapy services. All right? So there's a difference between solicited and unsolicited report. So your parent or your adult says, hey, will you write a letter stating I've been coming to treatment, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's unsolicited by the court, by the way. But you could get a solicited report that the court is asking for that feedback. Okay? See the difference? Your entire case record could be the report. How many of you have had a subpoena that says we have access to all your records? Yeah. Yeah. What are different types of reports? Maybe you are going to write a progress or treatment summary to the court. Let's say you have been court appointed, you accepted the appointment, and part of that is to provide regular updates of how this client is doing in treatment. Think of Department of Human DHS, and you're having to give feedback. Maybe it's dependency neglect. Maybe it's juvenile who's has a criminal case and they have to be in treatment. Okay, so there may be times that you do provide progress or treatment summary. Okay, a forensic report we've talked a lot about. That's a report to the court. Letter to the court regarding the status of the case. Maybe just they're attending, we've discharged them, they're not attending, we've discharged them, kind of thing, okay? Or it could be a consultation report. So here's where the dilemmas come in now, okay? So we already talked about that. The court is my client. I don't provide I don't provide the report directly to the parties or the litigants, okay? If you're a treating professional, do you review your report with your client? What if it's court-ordered treatment and you are to report the status? Okay, let's say you do that. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying these are things to be thinking about, okay? How do you share the report with the clients? Do you allow for feedback from your client before you admit the report? What do you share with your client about releasing records and reports? I know, I'll open up a whole can of worms there, aren't I, with all these questions. So let me see. I've already told you how I share with my minor clients, right? And so I do share with my clients that I'm writing a report or talking to somebody in court, right? I do that. When I have had to do a status report or treatment update, I have allowed, especially my minor clients, I allow them to look over what I did provide to the court. I don't ask them for feedback, okay? Usually not my minor clients. Sometimes I will. I'll be like, hey, the court is wanting an update. How do you feel about me talking about XYZ? Okay? So I'm getting kind of that informed consent from them, even though I don't have to have it, but I am. Okay? Because I think that helps. And I document that in my note, talk to my client about this report, whatever. Share their report. With an adult, I've shared a report before, and asked them for feedback. It's about them. Hey, maybe I have something wrong. Okay? If it's my opinion, no, it's my opinion. If it's a factual piece of information, then yeah, I will change it. I'll even do that in my custody reports. And I tell this to the litigant, if I get some factual piece of information wrong, I will write an addendum. If it's my opinion or based on a measure or something, then no, that's my opinion. And that's why you can cross me. Your attorney can cross me. Okay? Does that make sense, y'all? All right. Yeah. I don't think there's anything that says you can't share that report, unless it's a court-ordered evaluation. Okay. But there are a lot of evaluators that have a feedback session before they release a report and give feedback to the litigants. I don't. So, I mean, to me, that just adds so much. I mean, these reports are expensive as is. I always say that once they get the report from their attorney, if there's something wrong, I'm happy to address that. A lot of times my report is used to settle the case, and sometimes then I will talk to everybody about my results to help them settle, but I've already written the report and sent it in. Lots of different things to consider in all those situations. Okay? How many of you have ever written a report to the court? Like treatment, about treatment? Yeah. Did you share it with your clients? Yeah. There's nothing unethical about that. Right? Anyone disagree? Not a court-ordered evaluation. They're not my client. All right, this is the dreaded, yes, everything, if you're subpoenaed, your records can be in that. Audio recordings? Yeah, if you audio tape something, yeah. All right, practice sheets, homework, drawings. If you do TFCBT, trauma narrative that's written out and it's in the record and you keep it in your treatment record, although I will say they can also have access to your process notes. They can get access, right, Bob? Correct. So don't think you have a separate file that, you just have to be really careful, okay? But again, if you get a subpoena for records, don't release them right away. Seek out some advice. I've been able to quash records many times, many times.
Don, I just said, Gary, and you may have already been referencing this because he sent this in a few minutes ago, but if you have anything else to add to this, if time, discuss release of test results to attorneys or other third parties. And then he says, remember, many psychological tests are copyrighted and need permission from the publisher to be released into the public domain or court/court documents.
Correct. So no. That was Gary. I know it was. You and I both know it was him. That's why I was just sharing with you all the dilemma I had because someone did a work product review. The attorney asked me for the results, and I'm like, I can give you a summary of the scales, which aren't going to mean anything to you, but in my report, I always put the ones that are moderate to elevated. I put in what the scale is and what the T-score was. I do that in my report, but sometimes they want all of it, right? Well, right, I'll do a summary at times that show the scales. I don't give them the raw data, okay? I'm interpreting from that. But so that's why I said a work product review means that, so this attorney called and said, hey, I want your raw data. I'm like, sorry, I can't do that, but I can give that to another psychologist at the same level as me and has the same experience. Like it's in their competency to review it, okay? All right? And so he got a psychologist. So I turned over all my records, everything, right? Because that psychologist is bound by the same ethical code as me and knows that they can't release that raw data either, right? I've had attorneys try to get those raw data over and over again. I will pull out from Pearson. They have a whole statement. So does Pearson and what's the other big one? I'm forgetting. What? PAR, right? Yes. They have statements in on their website regarding forensic release of data, and sometimes I'll pull that and send that to the attorney to explain it's copyrighted material. Here is the documentation of that. Might be another time you have to seek out consultation with your liability company. Okay? Done that before on this matter. Okay? But yes, thank you, Gary. Right. We do miss you. records to court. So these are all these things you need to be looking at and considering. Lots of things, right? Again, you may have to consult your own attorney for legal assistance, especially if you need to quash a subpoena. So quashing a subpoena means, hey, we don't think this subpoena, you can do this. Quashing means, it goes away. Okay? All right? Sometimes that quashing that subpoena may not be quashing the whole subpoena. It may be limiting what is to be released. So your legal advice may be able to limit what records are going to be released. Maybe what time period it's going to be released. Okay? Maybe that, hey, Dr. Doray is more than happy to write a treatment summary, but she doesn't want to release her notes. I've had that happen where they're like, okay, yeah, we just want a summary. Okay? I don't have to release all my notes. All right? Sometimes you have to address these ethical dilemmas with your to obtain that legal advice. Okay? All right. I had huge case where I was supposed to release all my records, including text messages between myself and the client, the parents, and their attorney, which I believe were unethical because that involves, a lot of different things. But I successfully, I had representation. I had an attorney that actually came to court with me and successfully got the quash of all my records, but the judge wanted to see it, and so they did an in-camera review, which means the judge looked through all those notes to see if there was anything that would be helpful to him in his as trier of the fact, and then allowed for certain things. And then I was specifically told not to tell my client that that was happening. So the judge ordered me not to tell my minor client, which is one case I didn't. Okay. So that was a weird one that I had come up. Never had that happen. So there are different things you can do. You can limit what's to be released. Has any of you ever had quashed a subpoena that limited what you were to release? Maybe your agency did and you didn't know. All right. I think we've talked about most of these. Just know this number one. This is the number one thing. And I don't know if Joyce or Ed, or I think those are the only ones that I know of on the board, if they have any statistics to how many complaints they get about treating mental health professional, providing an opinion about custody or visitation access without having evaluated the entire family system, or complaints regarding this kind of court dual role. So I would say that even writing a letter to the court with a recommendation for custody or visitation access is not okay. Hello? Okay. We are just having all issues with this. I'm going to turn this off so it doesn't give any feedback. I'm the outlier because I wanted the lavalier, but I can do the mic. We're almost done. Okay, so if you're the treating therapist, again, is it ethical to perform an evaluation for the court? Again, just everything we've been talking about, I'm just trying to drive these things home because these are the things I've seen throughout my career that I have concerns about. Okay. And last, just a real quick last note, okay, is be prepared for contact from attorneys, all right? Be prepared. Know what, what is going to be your standard procedure? Like, how are you going to manage contact from court professionals, whether it's attorneys, clerk of the judge, whether it's attorney ad litems, process servers. We also have not guardian ad litems. There are some CASA workers, thank you. CASA workers and dependency neglect cases, they're court professionals. I mean, they're considered part of court. And so just be prepared. Have a written policy established. Like, how does your agency respond to these requests? Who responds to the request, right? Who do you consult with? Like, already know who you're going to consult with. Have your list of people that you're going to contact. That might be me. Everyone's pointing at me, so not all. Several of you are. I have done that. Don't worry. What is going to be your payment issues? Like, how much are you going to charge for this? Okay. And how do you handle exchange of information? Okay. So I'm just going to go to the next slide to help with some of these topics. All right. If you have the initial contact from an attorney, just remember, always, 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 you do not have to release that client is actually a client of yours. Confidentiality, big, 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 okay? Privacy. Be thinking of those, okay? You can get all this information without ever saying if that client is your client. You don't have to do any of that, okay? You ask the attorney, who do they represent? Who is their client? If they're contacting you, they gotta tell, I mean, right? How did you receive my name? Oh, well, parent A who brings a child into your clinic is my client, and they told me you're treating them. You still don't have to say you are, but now you have that information to know how they got it, all right? What is the nature of the court proceeding? If it's asking you to, like if the court is asking you to do something as a therapist, please provide me that court order. What information are you requesting? Like, what do you want? What do you want? Like, what is it that you really want? Okay? They may not want all your records. Well, I mean, I do collateral. I get collateral information on my custody evaluations. I may call therapists. I really don't want all their records. I really try to limit that disclosure to me. I mean, I have the right to get that if I have the right consents, but I really just want to talk to that therapist. Okay? I really just want to talk to that therapist, find out information about their client, but I don't want all the records. I really don't. All right? Sometimes I do give them to the attorney ad litem, so I may have them, and then I may look through them and then talk to them about it. But again, what is it that really that attorney wants? If if down the road you have the proper releases to be able to release that information, like how does that attorney want to receive it? Like they may want a written report. They may just want to talk to you on the telephone. They may want to do a Zoom meeting with you. They may just want to pass back emails back and forth, okay? And what is the time frame for that information? Really important question, okay? The person in your agency that gathers this information does not have to be you, the mental health professional. Does not. That's why I have my lovely husband, Eric, to do that for me. I didn't at first when I first did this work. I was spending a lot of my time talking to attorneys. I think it actually helps me not to be that first person of contact because it keeps me being less biased. It removes me from that. But I did it first because it was just me, all right? So those are things just to consider, all right? Oh, sorry I didn't switch that. Okay. Again, you don't have to acknowledge anything about your client, nothing. You may have to explain this over and over again to the attorneys. And again and again. Just real briefly, don't tamper with evidence. I've seen this. Trust me, I've seen it all. Don't tamper. You can make corrections. You can do an addendum. You can state the reason you're doing that addendum. All right? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? If you're going to court to testify as a treating provider, and they did not subpoena your records, they subpoenaed you to come to testify, guess what? Don't bring your records. Leave them at home, okay? If you need a couple of notes to refresh your memory, like I saw this client from this date to this date, I've seen them this many times, that's okay. If you bring it to the stand, all the attorneys have access to it. Anything you bring to the stand, or I'm going to say anything that's in the courtroom that they may see you looking at, and you put it in your little case there, and you go up to the stand without that. I've had attorneys go, Dr. Ray, what were you reviewing right there? Okay, I brought it to the courtroom. It can be called. They can look at it, right? If you're an expert witness and you're allowed to stay in the courtroom and you take notes regarding other people's testimony, the attorneys can see that. I don't mind that because obviously it helps me. I'm like, oh, let me refresh. I'm going to look at my notes. Yes, I did remember them saying that when they testified. Can we look at your notes? Yep, you sure can. Here you go. Okay? If it hasn't been subpoenaed, do not bring it. Do not. They're going to look at it, and they're going to find something there that you're not going to like. They are. That's their job. Review all the literature on which you intend to rely on during your testimony. You know, if you want to bring your DSM and it helps you refresh your memory on, okay, this is what they had, these are the depressive symptoms they have, this is why I gave this diagnosis, you can bring your DSM. All the attorneys can look at it. It's just a book. All right, I usually bring, I have this parenting plan evaluations book that has a lot of research about child custody evaluations. I bring that. If they want to look at it, fine. But I can rely on it. Yeah, this is what the research said. This is the trend. All right? This is just one I brought clinicians in court. Every time I go to court, I have my little folder here. I'm so proud of my little folder. Well, we're hoping to get this help. This tells all the judicial circuits in which I have testified in, which there are only 6 circuits that I have not testified or been appointed in the whole state of Arkansas. Oh, wait. Nope, I had already been there, though. Yeah, I had that. Yep, I was appointed. I didn't testify, but I was appointed. So, but this helps, like, Dr. A, you know, have you ever testified? Yes. Okay, how many court have you testified in this court? Well, let me see. Yes. All right. Okay, this helps. All right, I also always carry, look at this. I always have my APA ethics codes with me. Okay? I also have my CV usually. Okay? I have my CV with me. So there is a rule, 503, physician and psychotherapist patient privilege in the state of Arkansas that applies only to psychologists and LPEIs, but we are afforded the same protection as an attorney-client privilege. I've seen psychologists get off from having to testify because of that. So, just so you know. Let's see, what else do I have in here? I have usually some things about testifying. Oh, I usually have like measures that I use. I have like their validity and reliability, some research, how many questions are on it, what are the scales, just a little bit. And I don't have it in here because I just went to court this week and I pulled it out and had it in that binder, and so I forgot to take it out of that binder to put back in this folder. But I do have that when I go to court when I've done a custody evaluation. I also have the AFCC guidelines for court-involved therapists. Eric, if you would come up here and maybe put up can you do just the references and links to ethical codes? That's all in the documents you got. Oh, wait, maybe Tasnuva. So there are guidelines for court-involved therapy. I told you about that. There's a whole document on that. Even if you're not a member of AFCC, you can access that. They have guidelines for parenting coordination, guidelines for parenting plan evaluators. I'm going to bring up a different one. I got it. So this is a very great resource in domestic relations. But you see they have all these guidelines for use of social science research and family law. How do you evaluate intimate partner violence, that sort of thing. Okay? We are at 12. Okay. Y'all enjoy a 1.5 hour break. For those of you who want to know where the donuts came from, 7-Day Donut in Maumelle, Arkansas, a local place. Yay. They were gracious to get that together. There are plenty of restaurants across the street for any of you that need help finding something. You can ask us. U.S. Pizza is right behind us over here if you want to walk or you can drive, but we're having a social gathering at 5. We will be raffling off 2 bottles of wine for those who show. Woo! So come enjoy some ethical discussion. Even if you're leaving, you can come back. You can invite anybody you want to come to that. So it's unethical or ethical discussions, informal, but it's just a social gathering. It's been so long. So hopefully see a lot of you then.
We're about to go ahead and get back started. So again, please sign in if you haven't already. Also, there are additional snacks back there. We have some cookies. So feel free to get yourself some cookies. We have plenty. Okay. And also be mindful of the evaluations that's there in front of you. Those are the evaluations for the last 2 presenters. Okay, so they're going to be back to back. So just please be mindful of those evaluations. And also, Dr. Griffin has a few of these books. Racism Learned at an Early Age Through Racial Scripting by Dr. Robert Williams, who is a psychologist. He's passed, about a few years ago, Pat? But he was from Arkansas. He graduated from Philander. I think one of the founding members of our National Association of Black Psychologists. And so he very much supported psychologists here in Arkansas and all things psychology. So Pat has a few of these. It's $20 if you would like a copy. All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tasnuva to introduce our next speaker.
All right. Our next speaker is Dr. Brittany Florkiewicz, who is the chair of Diversity Committee at ARPA. She is an assistant professor of the Department of Psychology at Lyon College in Batesville. She's a comparative and evolutionary psychologist who conducts research on the properties of animal facial signaling and its implication for the evolution of sociality, gestural communication, and human language. I welcome Dr. Florkiewicz to speak on her talk titled as Psychological Anthropology, an Interdisciplinary Window into the Evolution of Human Language and Animal Communication.
Yay. All right, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, thank you for coming back from lunch to see this animal talk. We're about to do a hard pivot, y'all. Right, so as Tasnuva said, my name is Britt. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology. I'm really, really excited about the theme of this conference in terms of breaking through different borders of psychology because I am a walking identity crisis. So fun fact, I do not have a BA, MA, or PhD in psychology. My degrees are in anthropology, specifically biological anthropology. My focus is animal behavior, very broadly speaking. When I first started pursuing a degree in biological anthropology, I started with primates, and then somehow, some way, shape, or form, now I work with cats and dogs and fish. You know, it's kind of spread out since then a little bit. But interestingly enough, a lot of my work kind of taps into psychology. A lot of my colleagues are in psychology, my collaborators in psychology, and I use methods and theory from both anthropology and psychology in order to do the kind of work that I'm interested in. And, even though I'm going to be talking a lot about cats and chimpanzees and monkeys today, my hope is that you'll be able to see some of the ways in which maybe you can integrate anthropology in your own practice or in your own research or if you're in academia. All right. So, with further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I'm not going to sit on this slide for too long because this is bringing us back to intro to psychology from undergrad years, right? But chances are you're probably familiar with this structure, right? Like every intro class, we're like, right, psychology, the 5 pillars. Most of us here probably do clinical psych, but a lot of us, tap into some of these different pillars of psychology. And broadly speaking, whenever I'm talking to undergraduate students at Lyon College, we talk about how psychology is the study of human behavior and the brain. And there's lots of different ways that you can approach this question. I want to say 95% of my students are interested in clinical, but a lot of them are also interested in developmental. And usually when we're talking about psychology, we're often thinking of, very much the human experience, but there are a few people such as myself that go beyond that just a little bit. Now, let's talk about anthropology and where this comes into play. So, like psychology, anthropology has its own pillar system, and this is kind of what it looks like. So, anthropology is a study of the human experience. This could include brain and behavior, but can also include other types of variables and processes, such as culture, right? So cultural anthropologists, they're interested in how cultural groups shape the human experience. They're interested in diversity, and they're interested in studying some of the different ways in which we perceive of the world together. Now, biological anthropology, this is my subfield, this is my pillar more specifically, things like human behavioral ecology, right? So how does our environment, both our social and ecological environment, shape our human experience and human behavior? Now, a lot of biological anthropologists, they study humans, but there are a few of us, that study non-human primates, our closest living relatives. This can include things like chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, monkeys, lemurs, lorises. Have you ever seen the movie Madagascar? All of them, right? So that's biological anthropology in a nutshell. Now, you also have linguistic anthropology. I do dabble in this field, and it'll become apparent why in just a little bit. It's about human language, right? I mean, if you go outside, after this talk, and you're listening to the birds outside or the squirrels chattering, they're not speaking human language. And if they are, call me, we'll publish on it, right? But they're probably not speaking in some way, shape, or form that we're familiar with. So there is something unique about human language. And linguistic anthropologists are interested in, cataloging the diversity of language systems that are available to us, but also thinking about what are some of the ways in which they're similar to one another. Finally, there's archaeology. This is the one that I'm unfortunately not the best at. I tend to break things, so it's not great for this subfield. But it's about uncovering human past, right? So thinking about artifacts, thinking about some of the remnants of things left behind from previous civilizations, and trying to see some of the ways in which we can take information about the past to inform the present and the future. So these are the 4 different subfields or disciplines within anthropology, very broadly speaking. Now, psychological anthropology. To be quite honest with you, I didn't realize this was actually a term and a subfield until I started my PhD at UCLA, where they actually had a small little subfield of psychological anthropologists. So what psychological anthropologists do is they combine both theory and perspectives from anthropology, again, study of the human experience, what does it mean to be human in this room today, with psychology, the study of behavior and the brain, to be able to look at some of the close interactions between these socio-ecological and socio-cultural factors and also mental processes. So I want to give you a quick example of what this might look like if you're pursuing a research project or if you're working with a local community. An example of this might be, well, how do cultural perceptions influence the diagnosis and treatment of psychological disorders, right? So on one hand, you might be practicing clinical psychology, but if you're interested in some of the ways in which communities shape this process of receiving treatment, then you're dabbling into cultural anthropology, right? So there's a lot of bleed over when it comes to anthropology and psychology, which is is beautiful because it helps to enrich both of the fields. Even if you don't think that you're necessarily doing it, you're human. You're probably engaging in some of these processes very naturally speaking, which is kind of cool. Now, one of the questions I get is, well, why have these remained separate if they're both about the human experience and human behavior? And the answer to that is, it kind of depends what your goals are, what you're interested in studying, what you're interested in practicing. So for example, a lot of people in psychology, maybe if you're doing, clinical psychology, you're interested in going into like a clinic setting and providing treatment to patients. Whereas, if you're interested in cultural anthropology, maybe you're moving across the world and you're working with different types of communities on various issues. So kind of just depends on what you're interested in, right? And some end up going more anthropology, some go more psychology, or some, like me, make the full circuit all the way back, right? Now, another cool thing about anthropology is that we do have slightly different methods that we use to study topics of interest. So for a lot of psychologists who are doing their own research, experimental psychology is kind of like the bread and butter, right? You're bringing participants into the lab, you're asking them a series of questions, maybe you have them do different types of cognitive tests, right? But for anthropology, you're actually going to the population. You're actually going to the cultural group. You're traveling across the world and you're going to these locations to learn more about human experience. So you're kind of getting out of the lab setting a little bit. Now, with ethnography, which tends to be the most widely used kind of method in anthropology, there's lots of different aspects of what it means to engage in ethnographic research. The big part, again, is you're going into their environment. You're going into people's, everyday locations, their social groups, and so forth. And you're trying to get like a hands-on approach. You're trying to learn more about what's happening in this particular location with this particular topic of interest. There's lots of different ways that you can collect data on this phenomena too. So a big one is participant observation, right? So, when it comes to doing research, sometimes we perceive ourselves as being like a principal investigator. We're conducting research, we're giving these experimental paradigms, and we take this hands-off approach where we don't really interact with participants other than to just administer the study. With participant observation, you're going there and you're doing the thing. You are actively participating as a way to learn more about human experience. So the boundaries become a little bit less clear with participant observation, but in a very useful and insightful way. Next one is key interlocutors, which essentially means is that you're going into a community and you're asking who is the most knowledgeable about this phenomena that I'm interested in studying. So let's say, for example, if I were to do an ethnographic study on the practice of psychology here in Arkansas, I would probably come up to each and every single one of you and ask you, hey, what is it like practicing psychology here in Arkansas? What have your experiences been like? Because you're knowledgeable subjects on the matter, right? So we do a lot of collaboration with the local community in order to learn more about this particular phenomenon. The next one is history. So we do a lot of collaboration with history departments, communication departments, and sociology, which further breaks down these barriers between the subfields and these disciplines, right? To try to figure out what are some of the things that have happened in the past that influence things that we're doing today versus things we're doing in the future as well. We also do a lot of post hoc analyses, and essentially when you're doing research in psychology, maybe you come up with your key research questions and predictions, you collect your data, you analyze it, publish your results, but in anthropology, it's a continuous process where you have a question, you go out, you answer it, you have more questions. So it's kind of like a continuous loop. But again, it's useful for being able to understand what exactly is going on with this particular community, with this particular location, and with your particular question of interest. Now, there's lots of surveying, interviewing, just like you have in psychology research, but you also have a lot of gathering of different modalities of information, right? So it could be a recorded interview with a participant, but could also be actually going into archival work and pulling out, written texts. It could be pulling out maps, photos and videos from the past and so forth to try to get a better understanding of what's happening here in the present. Now, again, I study animal behavior, and it might seem a little bit unusual to do an ethnographic approach to it, but, I use a lot of these methods in my own research, and one of the beautiful things, again, that we're seeing is that we're starting to integrate some of these practices in psychology as well to get a better understanding of what's happening here. All right, so let me ask you all a question. I know it's like active participation here, but You know, thinking about ethnography or thinking about the 4 subfields of anthropology, what are some of the ways in which we can use these perspectives to benefit our own practices? Okay, I see y'all are in tables right now, small little pockets of people, yes. So let's spend the next 5 minutes maybe talking to members of the table and brainstorming ways, and we'll come back together in 5. Does that sound good? All right, yeah, let's do it. Woo! Yeah, I'm so sorry. I figured it'd be helpful to like put it in the talk, so I was like, the less that you say, it's actually better for me. Alrighty, let's go ahead and wrap up real quick, and then we'll talk about our findings. Alrighty, everyone. Okay, so tell me, let's just have like raise of hands. How do you think anthropology, at least the very brief, limited information that I've given you today thus far, how do you think that can potentially be incorporated in your own practice or your own research that you're doing? What do we think? Yeah.
Thank you. And tying in, you know, when I'm doing a custody evaluation, I often go into the home environment and make that observation of those family dynamics in the home. And our group was also discussing how in health research or in doing that, we go into that environment and assess and kind of look at that. What else did I miss? I know.
That's excellent.
We had many different environments that we could go into and or interview, but doing more than just collecting data, like here's a measure to fill out, but really interviewing and finding out more information.
Ooh, so you're already doing anthropology. You're an
Correct.
anthropologist. I should have brought cards, and I'm like, here you go. Awesome.
I just want to add, it's a couple of comments from online.
Yeah,
so
sure.
They say, I think the study of anthropology to an extent reminds us that we are dealing with humans within cultures. And then another comment says, in a clinical setting, reminds us to keep in mind the client/patient perspectives and roles.
Absolutely. One of the things I tell my students, because I teach all the animal behavior classes at Lyon College, I'm like, humans, they're tricky, right? So being able to contextualize that complexity with anthropology is so, so crucial. Yeah. Anything else? Anyone else? Yeah.
I think an anthropological perspective incentivizes us to look at the principles of psychology in a clinical setting that probably apply across cultures, so that we don't contaminate too much with what the flavor of the day is within a culture. And so it helps us to look at those things that will be helpful to people no matter what setting they're in.
Yeah, so a comparative approach. Ooh, this is good. This is a great segue into what I'm going to talk about next, right? Okay, perfect, right? So, before I delve too much into animal madness, there's lots of ways in which we can be utilizing it. And it sounds like most of you are already using anthropology every day, right? So being human, we're able to kind of contextualize a lot of these things that we do every single day with our own clients and our own research as well. Now, I'm going to make it a little bit more complex. We're adding variables now, y'all. So whenever I'm asked, what field of psychology are you in, I usually give two, and they're not technically fields, by the way: comparative and evolutionary psychology, right? Now, what's interesting is that even though these aren't recognized pillars of psychology, they are perspectives that you can take. So you can be like a clinical psychologist who does comparative work. You can be a cognitive psychologist that's doing evolutionary work. There's lots of ways to integrate this into your research questions and in your practices too. So a brief summary of what exactly these are. I'm going to move over here. Evolutionary psychology is you're interested in evolutionary processes and how these influence human behavior. Again, if you go outside today, you're not going to hear the squirrels talking to one another using human language, if you do call me. So there's something interesting that happened there over the course of evolutionary history that gave us human language as we conceive of it today. There's also comparative psychology, where you're comparing and contrasting what makes humans similar to or distinct from other species, but also there are some psychological anthropologists who do comparisons across cultural groups as well. So you can take these two different perspectives and apply it to this model to answer a host of different questions, which is pretty cool. And this is essentially what I do, is I take evolutionary psychology and comparative psychology, and I try to better understand the human experience by not studying humans, but animals instead. All right? So these are some of the animals in which I work with. I work with a lot of non-human primates, but cats and dogs as well. And again, the reason why I'm doing this, it seems very unusual. It seems a little bit weird in terms of, the history of anthropology and psychology. But it's all to provide insight on the human experience, what makes humans unique, but also tracking that evolutionary history as well is really important. Again, even though this incorporates a lot of animal research in terms of what I'm doing, there's lots of ways that you can essentially look at different subfields and different research questions and practices with humans and put on this evolutionary approach. A good example of this is that, when you're looking at the DSM-5 TR, the term maladaptive comes up a lot, right? But the opposite of maladaptive is adaptive. That's an evolutionary question now, right? So evolutionary psychology and comparative psychology, you can see snippets of this even in human textbooks and things that we utilize with, human practices too. So what I want to do today is I want to talk about animals a little bit. I want to do a hard pivot, and I want to show you how you can utilize this research and these perspectives to better understand the human experience. So today I'm going to focus specifically on the evolution of human language because that's my field of study. That's something I've been interested in since 2010. And then also the emergence of complex communication, not just among humans, but among other animals as well, by focusing on chimpanzees and cats. That's a weird combo. All right, so we're going to start with the chimpanzees first. We're going to go to the cats, and then we're going to do the combination of both to see how are these two things, these topics, kind of similar to one another. All right, so the first part, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my research with chimpanzees. Are chimpanzee facial expressions capable of being used as gestures? So my research in terms of the connections to human language, when I first started getting into biological anthropology, one of the things that really attracted me to the study of non-human primates like chimps is their faces. How many of you have ever been to a zoo with chimpanzees before? Yeah, right, they're everywhere now. And when you sit and you stare at them in their enclosure and you're watching them do all these complex things, they're making tools, they're interacting with one another, the one thing that really stood out to me were their faces, right? And some of the complex facial expressions that they are producing while interacting with one another. And I thought, that's really cool, actually. I want to learn more about that. What are they saying? Why are they communicating with one another in the ways that they are? And how does this relate to how we produce facial expressions or human language? But the first thing that we have to do before we even start this comparative approach is think about what is human language exactly, right? Just in the similar mode of how we might potentially ask, what is chimpanzee communication like? So let me ask you this. Let's imagine that aliens come down to Earth and you have to give a textbook definition of human language. What would you say? What would you tell them? Yeah? Go for it.
I guess I'd say like the ability to convey information through symbolic representation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, perfect, right? So communication, symbolic representation, what else?
Based on the work by Michael Gazzaniga, self-justification and justification, evaluation of others seems to be something that is uniquely human.
Mm-hmm. So social interaction, thinking about how that applies to those interactions that are taking place, yeah? What else? One more. Anybody? Oh. Yeah.
How we communicate either verbally or non-verbally with one another.
Perfect. So
to
flexibility.
get across an idea.
Absolutely, yeah. So communication, symbolic representation, social interaction, and context.
I would say justification.
Justification.
Why we do something. I could say,
Ooh.
let's go over there, but what makes us different than primates would be saying, go over there because.
Ooh, yes.
Water, because there's fruit.
Goal association there, too. This is good. We're spoiling a little bit in terms of going advanced, but absolutely. All of these things are important. Another thing that we do as well, how many of you are thinking right now, like, I wonder what I'm going to have for dinner today, right? Yeah. If you're thinking that question, temporality as well, right? We're able to talk about the past, present, and future, in addition to talking about our goals, like, what am I going to make for dinner after this is all said and done, right? So there's lots of different things that essentially make human communication, specifically human language, unique. So my question is, well, that's pretty cool. Now, when we're thinking about these variables, how many of those things can we potentially see in other forms of animal communication? So the first thing I did was I looked at the literature on great apes, and this includes chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, gorillas, and so forth. And one of the things that came up in the evolution of human language literature is something called manual gesture. So here's a classic everyday scene at the Los Angeles Zoo where I did some of my research at. You can see here that there are two chimpanzees, Glenn's on the left, Johari's on the right, and Johari's coming in with that arm raised gesture, and you can see here that Glenn is reciprocating that movement. Now, essentially, it just looks like they're raising their hand and there's not much to it, right? But there's actually some interesting properties of this arm raise that make it a little bit more complicated than you might initially think. So, how many of you, when you see your friends, you go, right? That's a gesture, right? It's not just like you're waving back and forth, SOS, please help me, right? That's a communicative movement of the body. You are intentionally producing, hopefully you're not falling, right? You're intentionally producing this in a flexible manner because this can mean hello or goodbye in order to achieve a goal, right? So that is the textbook definition of a chimpanzee manual gesture. And you can see again, Johari on the right-hand side is doing exactly that. He's coming in with that arm raise at Glenn, and it's a communicative movement. He's not tripping in this picture, I promise. He's deliberately producing this, and flexibly, because he produces this in a lot of different contexts, in order to achieve a goal, which is, hey Glenn, it's me, your buddy Johari. Please play with me today, right now, immediately, right? And then I'm happy to report they actually played after this, right? So you can kind of see some of these properties that are associated with language in chimpanzee manual gestures, which is pretty cool. So then I got to thinking, well, that's really awesome. Now, how many different gesture types are there? Because you can imagine when it comes to human language, there's millions upon millions of different words and phrases that we're able to generate every single day. So how does this compare? When I was doing a little bit of a deep dive, I found that there's already pre-existing catalogs of all of the different neat gestures that chimpanzees and other great apes produce. But one of the things that struck me as a little bit unusual is the fact that over 90% of these different gestures are the neck below, and over half of them are with the hands. So you can see another example of this. We have Regina on the bottom and Julie on the top. So Julie was isolated for a couple of days. She was reintroduced into the enclosure. Regina was so excited to see her best friend, and she reaches up to Julie, and you can see they gently touch the tips of their fingers, and then they do a very excited panhoot together, right? So this is an example of a manual, this hand gesture that they're producing towards each other. Now, the question is, well, why is it that most of these are hand gestures and not gestures of the face or other types of bodily movements? And the answer to that seems to be related to the ways in which great apes locomote in their environment. So if you go to a zoo and you watch chimpanzees, they're essentially walking on all fours sometimes, but also you'll notice that if there's anything for them to hang on the enclosure, they'll put their arms up and then they'll let their legs dangle. Compared to a lot of other primates, they tend to walk above the branch, but chimpanzees, they hang below the branches. This is what we call suspensory behavior. And it's resulted in a lot of unique postural changes among great apes that give them greater flexibility of their hands. So since they're able to use their hands freely, they're able to produce these gestures, or at least that is what researchers in 2020 were arguing in this case. Now, research on great ape manual gestures helps to inform perspectives in terms of how human language might have evolved. So the idea here, based on the manual gesturing research and also based on researchers such as Michael Corballis, they argue that like everything else when it comes to evolutionary theory, the evolution of human language was a multi-step process where first you get the evolution of great ape manual gestures, more broadly speaking. And again, these are supposedly restricted to the hands. Then this paves the way for more symbolic forms of human communication. Then it leads to the development of spoken language among humans. But the question that I had while I was doing my background research is, well, what about other forms of communication? Because if we go back to this picture with Glenn and Johari, Look at their faces. This is what we call a play face in chimpanzees. And this is how you know that they're trying to play instead of fight each other, right? So where do facial expressions fall within the grand scheme of things? Now, studying facial expressions in animals is really great because you can kind of imagine that, when it comes to intentional and flexible and goal-associated communication, not all animals have the luxury to use their hands as freely as we do, as freely as chimpanzees and other great apes do. So you can imagine that being able to produce these gestures with the face is really great for these animals that have limited flexibility of the hands. And if we see evidence of facial gesturing among chimpanzees and other great apes, that might suggest that the evolution of these key properties associated with human language are much older than we previously thought. But unfortunately, up until this time period, there wasn't a lot on facial expressions being published. So that was the goal of my dissertation research and my most recent studies is, can these facial expressions be used as gestures, and what can that tell us about the human experience? So these are the 4 key properties of these great ape manual gestures, and essentially what I did was I looked for evidence of these in facial expressions and then compared them to the manual gestures that chimpanzees were producing. And these are some of the variables in which I used to quantify the presence or absence of these, right? Because unfortunately, I'd be out of a job if this happened, but I can't go up to a chimp and be like, hey, is this intentional? And they're like, yeah, So unfortunately, I have to do some roundabout ways of looking for evidence of this. So I want to show you one example of this just to save on time. So let's talk about intentionality, like you're deliberately producing this signal in order to communicate with somebody. So let me show you an example of this. Ta-da, right? So notice how I produce the signal and I'm waiting for a response, right? So response waiting is one of the ways in which we can quantify intentionality, right? And goal association, I didn't stop producing that signal until you gave me your water bottle, right? So you can kind of use some of these different behavioral characteristics in order to quantify whether or not these particular properties are happening in the first place. So what I did was I looked at all these different variables and coded whether or not they were happening in chimpanzee facial expressions and also within their manual gestures as well, and then I compared the two together. All right, so I collected 156.5 hours of video footage at the Los Angeles Zoo and Botanical Gardens to do this. At the time, it was home to a troop of 18 chimpanzees, which I'm really excited about. That was one of the largest captive zoo populations in the United States. It got a little bit smaller since then, but that's okay. Now, this troop had a wide variety of individuals ranging from 2 years of age to 50 years of age, which is excellent for a chimpanzee. And, they came from lots of different backgrounds as well. So there's lots of diversity in terms of signaling behavior, so I was able to look at some of these things. Now, after coding all the video footage, I got around over 1,000 facial expressions coded across 9 types and over 2,000 manual gestures across 27 types. Now, again, this isn't like all the different gestures that they're capable of producing, but it's a good amount as a starting point there. So when I was thinking about doing this research in my department, one of the questions that I got was, well, one, that's weird, because most of them are doing human research at the time. And then two, some of my colleagues were like, well, this is cool and all, but what happens if you're seeing a signal and you're seeing a property in a corresponding variable, and it's the result of chance? It's a one-off, right? So how are you going to account for that? And the answer is binomial test to see whether or not these things happen above or below chance level. And spoiler alert, a lot of these things are not just simply due to chance. So here, just to kind of walk you through this table just a little bit, on the left-hand side, you have your 4 key gesture properties, and then you have your corresponding variables that I use to measure the presence or absence of these. The first column you have right after that is the proportion of facial expressions that exhibit each variable and corresponding property, and then you have the results of the binomial test. Then you have the same exact information, but presented for their manual gestures, and whether or not there's a consistent pattern between the two. Because the idea here is that if these facial expressions are being used as gestures, they should exhibit these variables in the same ways in which we can see them being presented with manual gestures. And you'll notice that all of them except one are consistent. Now, the reason why receiver attention is not consistent, we think, is due to the fact that sometimes facial expressions might be used as attention getters. Because you can imagine this situation, you're not going to wave to your friend at the cafe if they're like this, right? That seems kind of silly. Rather, you're probably going to do like, hey, bestie, and then they're going to turn around and then you can do a wave, right? So chances are some of these facial expressions that have vocalizations with them, they're probably being used as attention getters, which is why the recipients aren't attending when they're producing those. But everything else pretty much tracks. The next variable that we looked at is something called composite gesture scores. So another critique that I got was, okay, well, maybe you see that some of these variables happen above chance level, and that's cool and all, but maybe if you look at the combination of variables, manual gestures far exceed what we see in facial expressions. So I thought, okay, well, let's look at average composite gesture scores, which essentially just means, on average, for each signal type, how many gesture variables do we see for each? Now, you will notice that manual gestures tends to be a little bit higher in terms of their average composite gesture scores, but there's no significant difference between the two. They're consistent. Another variable that we looked at is something called contextual flexibility, or CTI scores. So you can imagine that if you only produce a wave to your friend whenever you're meeting up with them in a cafe, right? You're producing that 100% of the time. In that context, there's no flexibility. But if it's a 50-50 in terms of whether or not you're waving hello or goodbye, there's more flexibility associated with that. So we wanted to see how flexible are these signals and how do the facial expressions compare to the gestures. And again, you can see, especially with context tie index scores, they're very similar to one another. So essentially what's happening is that chimpanzee facial expressions are being used as gestures, which has a couple of important implications for studying the human experience, but more specifically the evolution of human language. The first one is, well, we need to put these in ethograms, right? Because again, over 90% of those catalogs are from the neck down. Next thing we need to do is think about some of the ways in which we can re-envision the evolution of human language from a theoretical perspective. Because facial expressions not currently being listed in any of these theories. It's mostly manual gestures. There's a couple different ideas that we can turn to. The first one is multimodal theory. You saw in those pictures that Glenn and Johari were doing both manual and facial gestures together. So maybe it's a combination of those things and thinking more about cognition rather than modality. Or we can add an additional step in this hand-to-mouth theory that I talked about at the beginning, where maybe facial gestures preceded the evolution of manual gestures or vice versa. So we need to really be doing research on whether or not facial gestures can be found outside of chimpanzees, but also outside of primates as well. But at the very least, what we can say right now is chimpanzees are doing facial gesturing, which is pretty cool. Now, as you can imagine, I work with lots of different primate species. I try to get at least one tattoo of every primate that I've worked with. And this includes gibbons. So I work very closely with the Gibbon Conservation Center located in Santa Clarita, California. So we're looking currently to see whether or not they're capable of producing facial gestures as well. I don't know if you've ever seen the YouTube videos of gibbons, but they're the ones where like they have the extremely long arms, and when they go to the ground, their little stubby legs are like whoop, whoop, whoop. So that's them in this video, or this particular photo. So we're trying to see, especially with gibbons who tend to use their hands very heavily for locomotion, are they producing these facial gestures as well? All right, these are my babies at the Little Rock Zoo. These are Saki monkeys. We got Myrtle and Wiley over here. And one of the interesting things about them is that they locomote above the tree branch. So again, lots of these ape species that I've been showing you thus far, they locomote below the tree branch, but these Saki monkeys, they use their hands quite a bit for being able to grab and jump from one branch to the next. So we're currently looking to see whether or not they're also producing facial gestures as well. And then we got an awe moment right over here. This monkey is this big. Very cute. Yes, this is Finn. So we're also looking at these Goldie's marmosets, or Goldie's monkeys, to see whether or not they're also capable of using facial gestures. One of the sad things, even though they're so adorable about marmosets, is that not a lot of people study their faces because they are this big and their faces are like that big. But I have good cameras, so we're going to figure it out together. We also have white-fronted marmosets that I'm currently working with. Again, they're like this big as well. We're trying to see whether or not they're doing the same exact thing. So to kind of wrap this back up into psychological anthropology before we go on to the next topic, when it comes to studying primate facial gesturing, there's lots of different questions we can ask using an anthropological perspective. So oftentimes, it's not me inviting chimpanzees in my lab, hopefully not, never again. But, you can imagine that I'm going into their territory, I'm going to the zoo, and I'm studying their behavior from a naturalistic perspective. But, these locations and these animals, they have deep and rich history, social histories. So for example, the Los Angeles Zoo, for the longest time, 50 years, they had one chimpanzee who was the highest ranking individual, Pandora. She was the matriarch, she ruled the roost. And then she passed away while I was collecting data. So how do those types of events impact facial signaling behavior and some of the facial gestures that we might be looking at? So we need to think about what's happening within populations, but also between populations of chimps. I like to think 18 chimps is a good start, but it's not nearly as many chimps as we can include. So there's lots of ways in which we can broaden this out using an anthropological perspective to better understand the human experience and human evolutionary history. All right, so after doing this research, I started dabbling into psychological research methods. How many of you have heard of facial action coding systems by Paul Ekman? Yep, we're going that route, baby. All right, so at this point in time, after coding facial gestures, I had hundreds of hours of video footage with chimpanzees and also hundreds of hours of video footage with gibbons. And one of the questions that I was getting was, well, you can think about complexity in terms of different types of facial signals that are being produced and combined together, but what about individual facial muscle movements? Because take, for example, with humans, right? We all have the classic, like, hi, it's really nice to see y'all, I'm really excited, versus the, oh, this is really awkward, please help me right now, right? Both of those are smiles, but they're qualitatively different. So what do we see when we look at chimpanzee and gibbon facial expressions? Can we use some of these same methods to study communicative complexity? And is there anything interesting that we can learn about this? So, fun fact, before we go on to the research questions, chimpanzees and gibbons, even though they're both ape species, they're dramatically different from one another. For starters, gibbons, they're about this big, they're 20-pound apes, but chimpanzees are much larger than that. Chimpanzees also live in very large social groups, and gibbons are pair-bonded, they're monogamous for the most part, so they tend to just live together isolated from other gibbons. So we see some of this social complexity that's happening with chimpanzees, but also different forms of social complexity with gibbons. So maybe we can start tackling that question of socio-ecological complexity and sociocultural perspectives by looking at some of their facial expressions. Now, what's interesting is that when you compare the facial musculature of gibbons and chimpanzees, we see that there are some shared facial muscles and facial muscle movements that both of these apes are able to produce. So the question is then, well, just because they have shared facial muscle movements, does that mean that they're also going to produce the same exact types of facial expressions as one another? And do we see any variation because they have these unique socioecologies happening? So what we ended up doing was going through all of this video footage, and these are some of the other publications where some of the video footage is coming from that I've published on previously with co-authors. We were able to combine forces and data sets to get over 9,000 facial expressions to code across 54 individuals, which includes 9 different species of gibbons and chimpanzees. And we focused on movements that were shared across both of these ape types to see whether or not they're going to produce the same types of things based on that. And in order to do this, I made use of facial action coding systems. Now, initially, FACS was developed for the study of human facial expressions by Paul Ekman, a famous psychologist. But what ended up happening was a lot of animal behaviorists were interested in applying these techniques to non-human animals as well. So now we have dog FACS, we got cat FACS, we got chimp FACS, orangutan FACS, we got all the FACS for different types of animals. So what we ended up doing was going through the video footage, and I individually coded for over 400 hours every single facial muscle movement that was produced during every facial expression in that 9,000 set of data, right? So it was pretty time intensive, but we had some really cool results as a product of that. Now I want to show you what this looks like using some illustrations that I've done in the past. So let's go back to the slide with Johari and Glenn. You see those two play faces, the arm raise gestures that are happening. This is what that play face looks like, right? Now, it's very easy to say, all right, this is a play face, open book, closed book, done. We don't need to do anything else. But with fax coding, you can get at the complexity of some of these different types of play faces. So each and every single one of these faces is considered a play face by primate standards, but notice how there's a number combination near each of these. Each number represents a distinct facial muscle movement that they are producing to create this signal. So initially, Paul Ekman was doing this for humans, but now I've used this to work with chimpanzees. And you can see that there's lots of different facial expressions that maybe we can uncover using these psychological research methods. So after applying this technique to both gibbon and chimpanzee data, here's what we got. There are 12 facial muscle movements that are shared across both gibbons and chimpanzees, and there's 65 unique facial muscle movement combinations or facial expressions that we observed. 14 of these were observed in just gibbons, and 30 were observed in just chimpanzees, and there was 21 that could be found across both ape species. So what it seems like is happening here is that chimpanzees are producing a greater variety of facial expressions using the same exact movements that both these animals possess. Now, we also looked at differences in the production of unique facial muscle movements and also the complexity of facial expressions as well. So to kind of get into that in a little bit more detail, so every one of those numbers that you saw on the previous slide is a unique facial muscle movement. So when you're producing a smile, the corners of your lips going upwards towards your ears, that's an AU12, right? Versus as I'm talking right now, I'm opening and closing my mouth, that's a 25 and a 26, and if you end up yawning in the audience, that's a 27, right? So there's lots of different facial muscle movements that we're producing, and you can see some of these are illustrated right over here. And you can see that part of the reason why chimpanzees produce a greater number of morphologically distinct combinations is also because of the use of certain types of facial muscle movements. So take, for example, AU6, right? You see that chimpanzees produce that way more often than gibbons. AU6 is a cheek raiser. So when you're doing a really big happy smile, like, yeah, you'll notice that the corners of your cheeks will go upwards. You can see that chimps produce that way more often than gibbons. But in contrast, you'll see that gibbons are producing AU16, which essentially means is that they're lowering their lip and they're showing their bottom row of teeth, right? So there's qualitative differences that are resulting in quantitative differences in these facial expressions that both animals are producing. Another thing that I looked at was the complexity of these facial expressions, because you can imagine that with humans, there's so many different combinations of eyebrow movements, eye movements, nose movements, cheek movements, lip movements, and so forth that we produce when we're interacting with each other. So what's happening with chimpanzees and gibbons when it comes to the number of movements that are in each combination? And the answer to this seems that chimpanzees, in addition to having a greater number of facial expressions, morphological differences in terms of certain kinds of movements they're producing more or less often, their facial expressions are more complex as well. You tend to see more facial muscle movement in their facial signals compared to gibbons. Now again, part of this seems to be linked to their unique social ecology. Chimpanzees, they're very social animals. In the wild, they can live in troops up to 250 individuals, right? And compared to just 2 gibbons in a pair, maybe 3 if they have a kid, you know, that's pretty complex. And they do lots of cool activities together as a group. They're very well known for their collaborative hunting strategies. They're also known for their complex grooming networks as well. So it seems like socioecologies do matter in terms of tracking facial expressions and again having implications for thinking about why humans are doing some of the cool things that we do with our faces as well. All right, I'm going to do a weird pivot now into cats. So as you can probably see, I study mostly primates, right? But I had an undergraduate student that came up to me and she wanted to get some animal experience with facial expressions. And at the time, we had a lot of stuff going on with primates. I had colleagues doing stuff with dogs as well. And it kind of just left her with either cats or horses. So I said, pick one, and she chose cats, which apparently was the right choice because you probably have seen this article. Cats produce almost 300 unique facial, yeah. That's it, right? So let's talk a little bit about that study. Now, cats, they get this weird reputation of being kind of aloof, solitary, nasty animals, right? But when you compare cats to like Scottish wild cats, like they're pretty social and they're pretty tolerant of humans. So what's interesting is that in addition to studying chimpanzees and gibbons, we can throw cats into the mix as another source of comparative psychology for understanding the evolution of facial muscle movement. So here you can see this is, a feral population colony, and look at how they're sitting all close together. Maybe they're not interacting as enthusiastically as chimpanzees, but they're tolerating one another. And chances are you might even have a couple of cats at home that can, for the most part, get along with one another as well. So for this cat study, we asked, well, let's look at their facial expressions using cat facts and see what exactly is going on. Let's see how many different facial expressions they're capable of producing and see whether or not there are differences in the function of those signals as well. Because humans and chimpanzees, we have very different types of facial expressions. A smile is different from a frown and so forth. Do we see that with cats as well? So we looked at the complexity and compositionality just like what we did with chimpanzees, but in this case, we applied it to cats. We decided to do this study at a cat cafe in Los Angeles that just opened up at the time, because when we were trying to think about recruiting participants in terms of, their pet cats and so forth, most people, they tend to have one cat or two cats, and then they usually hide from you the moment you get in their house, right? So it didn't really seem that efficient in terms of trying to get a big sample size. So right down the street from UCLA, there was a cat cafe that opened up that had over 50 cats available that were all just interacting with one another. And whenever they weren't doing, different tour groups and so forth, or doing, advocacy campaigns, the cats were there by themselves, able to freely interact with each other, no humans around. And don't get me wrong, humans are interesting and all, but a lot of stuff published on cats already looks at cat-human interactions, and we wanted to do something different. We wanted to see how are cats interacting with other cats in these types of interactions, because again, they have this weird, stereotype that cats don't like interacting with one another, they don't produce facial expressions, and when they do, it's just to fight one another. So we wanted to see whether or not that was actually the case. So what we found is that cats produce almost 300 unique facial muscle movement combinations or facial expressions, 276 to be exact. Now, what's interesting is that even though there's not really big differences when it comes to complexity of signals, there are compositional differences when it comes to friendly versus not friendly facial expressions. And what we noticed too is that these facial expressions that they produce when they're having a good time with each other versus they're about to fight look different than the ones they produce towards you as their owners as well. So here you can see the results of the models that we ran, but I want to show you a visual representation of it because I love to draw. So here, for comparison, you see this is a neutral face. There's no AUs, there's no facial muscle movements happening. The one in the middle is an affiliative facial expression. So you can see here the key things to look out for are the ears being pinched together and going forward, the eyes are closed, and the whiskers are going out as if to touch you, right? So this seems to be a classic combination of movements that is essentially associated with friendly interactions, right? So you get two cats together and, they feel comfortable enough that they're able to move all these parts forward to touch one another, and they feel safe enough to close their eyes. In contrast, so the agonistic face, the ears go backwards and flatten, right? And what's interesting is that if you Google, just randomly one day, just in case, cat angry face, usually we see the hissing, we see the pupils being dilated, but that's not necessarily the case when it comes to cats interacting with other cats. Rather, their pupils constrict and they start to lick their lips, probably anticipation to bite, right? So we can see that using this psychological method of facts that we're able to see these key differences in friendly versus not friendly facial expressions, and we're able to compare, how is this happening with cat-cat interactions, but also cat-human interactions as well, all right? So when we published this study and we were doing the interviews for it, at the time I adopted a second cat. My first cat, her name's Char, and then the second cat's named Darth Vader. So my husband told me that we picked a good name for him because he's chaotic and he's whiny. So, when we first introduced Darth Vader to Char, it was a little bit chaotic at first, but then eventually, things warmed up. And what was cool is that as they were interacting with each other, you can kind of see some of these facial muscle movements happening in real time. And chances are, how many of you have cats at home? Okay, how many of you have 2 or more cats at home? Okay, you're going to have to let me know for the next slide, right? You can actually see these things happening in real time. Even if you don't have cats, you're dog people, I get it. You can look up a YouTube video of cats interacting, and you can see these things playing out in real time. So one of the things that we're doing is we're working with veterinarian associations to be able to disseminate this information to pet owners, right? So how can you interpret what your cat is potentially going to do, especially when you're trying to introduce another cat, which can be kind of tricky. What we're going to do is a little test of knowledge here. I'm going to show you some cat photos, and we're going to try to interpret the meaning of those based on the results of this study together. Sound good? And we're just going to shout out the answers. It's going to be great. All right, ready for it? 3, 2, 1. Friendly. Yes. Look at those eyes being closed, those ears going forward. Aw, wholesome moment. I wish this happened more often in my household. Okay, next one. Not friendly, right? All right, so you can kind of see like they're a little bit tense there. You see the ears are going backwards and the eyes, the pupils are starting to constrict in anticipation. All right, what about this one? Yeah, friendly, right? So again, you got the eyes closed, you got the ears going forward. There's a nice little groom sesh happening. Not friendly. And you can see the tongue coming out and licking the lips in anticipation of potentially biting each other. Or I'm going to throw a tricky one at y'all. All right, you ready for it? All right. Friendly, right? So you see here, we got a young kitten over here. The ears are going forward. Now, he's got his paws up, right? Chances are they're probably playing with one another. Especially if you've owned cats before, you might notice sometimes they play with each other, and it starts good, and it goes downhill really fast, right? So there is the potential of it going downhill really fast based on this cat, but at the very least for right now, it seems like things are kind of okay. You probably should keep watching them just to make sure. All right, and then we got this classic one over here, all right? Probably not so friendly. So, the facial action coding system method that, again, initially Paul Ekman developed to study humans and to do psychological research, you can apply this to non-human animals, and we can use this information to help pet owners, to help vets and so forth, to understand potentially what their cats are about to do, right? So to predict behavior. I will say I'm currently working with a company to develop an app where you're able to record your cats interacting, and it'll tell you the probability in which things are going to go south, which again, if you've owned cats for 20 plus years, this is probably very intuitive to you, but as someone that just adopted her second cat, I really wish I had that. That would save me a lot of trouble in the long run, right? So there's lots of different innovative ways that we can use these research methods to better inform pet owners. Now, one of the cool, oh yeah, sure, sorry. Oh, good question. So there are, yes. So the question was, what about different breeds of cats? This is fantastic. There's been a lot of dissections recently to look at brachiocephalic breeds, so breeds with the squish nose, versus, mixed breed cats. There are differences there, but as of right now, it seems like their facial expressions and their mobility is pretty consistent there, especially with some of these. Let me go back real quick. Actually, I won't. But the ear movements and the eye movements and the mouth movements aren't impeded, so this still would apply to different breeds of cats. Now, I will say at the Cat Cafe Lounge, most of the animals that we worked with were mixed breeds of unknown background and history, because essentially that cat cafe, they take in street cats and they try to adopt them out into loving homes. So we do need to incorporate different populations of cats, different breeds of cats, but based on what we're currently finding, this shouldn't be impacted in terms of breed of cat, because they should still have, hopefully, unless they're a Scottish fold and their ears are down naturally, with other types of cats like Persians and ragdolls, this should be pretty consistent as well. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. So something to think about for future studies, though, for sure. Initially, I will say when we first published these results, I thought people weren't going to be interested in them, so we were like, one and done, and we're not going to do cats ever again. And then Nat Geo came knocking. I was like, okay, yeah, we're going to do more cat things. So we are doing more cat studies with different populations of cats and trying to see also whether or not cats can use their faces as gestures. Stay tuned. So there's lots of different questions that we're asking about that. Another cool thing about this study is that, again, even though these are cats, and you're like, cats are far removed from humans, there's still evidence of complexity and compositionality that goes with this, right? Because the composition of facial muscle movements during friendly interactions is different from not so friendly interactions. And again, you have the genuine smile versus the please help me and get me out of this social situation right now. So there's lots of different ways that we can kind of draw links and do comparative research based on these facial muscle movements that both cats and chimpanzees are producing, all right? So we can kind of see with the cat study, this is a good way of thinking that there are certain kinds of utterances that have different meanings depending on the context, right? So a good way to think of this is if you say the word, something's fishy, it could be literally fishy or it could be suspicious, right? With chimpanzees, what's interesting is that maybe some of these different utterances or these facial muscle movements have shared meaning across different contexts as well. So there's lots of questions that we can start bridging out and addressing using some of these methods and research questions. And again, getting back to psychological anthropology, right, bringing it back in just a wee bit before we get to the next part, we can kind of start thinking about the ways in which the socioecology of cats and chimpanzees has influenced their facial repertoires, and then thinking about humans, right? So what is it about our social living, our social structures that may have resulted in such a wide and diverse set of facial expressions that we produce every single day? All right, so now I want to go on to upcoming projects, 2 of them specifically. These are in review right now, but I'm going to give you just a little bit of a teaser. Most of these projects are questions that I've gotten after the other studies have been published, and then also thinking about the relationship to humans. So the first question that I got is, all right, well, we saw the number of morphologically distinct facial expressions that chimps produce, and cats produce 276. Is that it? Or is it the case that there's more? So I'm working with an undergraduate student right now. She used data engineering techniques in Python to look at the facts manual that Paul Ekman published and Bridget Waller when she modified it to work with animals, and coded the rules of facial muscle movements to generate the list of potential facial expressions that each species can produce to see, is it worth it investing more time and energy into doing research with cats and chimpanzees? All right, I just want to see real quick. Well, actually, you have the slides, so if you have the slides to answer this question. If you haven't looked at the slides yet, which one do you think has more potential facial expressions? Chimpanzees or cats? Chimpanzees? Cats have potentially over 1 million facial expressions based on these rules and the fact system that has been developed by researchers. Chimpanzees have over 200,000. I can't tell you the exact number because it's in review. But if it gets published, I'll circulate it. So, again, we can kind of start thinking about, well, cats have over 1 million, right? And one of the reasons why they might produce potentially so many is because of their ears. Chimps have terrible ear movement. Humans also have terrible ear movement as well. But now here's a question to think about. Humans, compared to cats and chimpanzees, we possess the ability to produce even more facial muscle movements than both of those species. We probably produce way more than this, potentially. So she's working on that right now. So this is kind of like where we're going with this, of thinking, can we track the evolution of facial muscle movement and the communicative potential of these species? Because in a perfect world, I'd be able to just spend all my time going to cat cafes and hanging out with kitties, having a great time. But, unfortunately, I don't have the time or money to do that. So using data engineering techniques with Python allows us to essentially get at this question. So you can imagine that compared to chimpanzees and cats, humans are incredibly social. We are able to produce so many different facial muscle movements. We probably exceed these numbers by a lot. All right, so to also show you an illustration of this as well, one of the things that we looked at is whether or not there are certain facial muscle movements that maybe we're missing in the grand scheme of things because they're very subtle and hard to identify in video footage. So you can see here, for example, there's neutral faces on the top right over there, and on the bottom, these are certain facial muscle movements that our systems flagged as potentially being more prevalent than we initially thought of as well. So we can actually use this to assess pre-existing data sets. Now, with human facts coding, it's very time intensive, and there's lots of different facial muscle movements that you need to keep in mind whenever you're coding. So we're going to use these systems to work with humans as well to see what kinds of facial muscle movements are we producing that are subtle that maybe aren't being accounted for in current studies. So, it seems like there's lots of different ways that we can expand upon this to, again, not just look at animals, because that's my personal interest, but also thinking about humans and how many different facial muscle movement combinations we can produce. Now, I promise you I don't have the answer to this question, but how many, let's just throw out a number, how many do we think based on current data? Do we think 2 million? 2 million? Solid 2 million? 3 million? 4 million? 100 million, right? I should have done a poll and then I could have published that too. It's okay, right? So it seems like quite a bit. So, you know, there's something else we're working on. Okay, one last project, promise, and I'll do open Q&A. One of the things that humans do is something called rapid facial mimicry. All right, picture yourself doing this. Have you ever had a really bad day and you went on YouTube and you were watching like either weird cat videos or dog videos or people laughing at one another, right? And you slowly, as you're watching these videos, you find yourself laughing as well, right? So what's interesting about this is that a lot of people have argued that this rapid facial mimicry that we produce, which is essentially you see someone smiling or laughing and you feel yourself producing that pretty rapidly afterwards, right? So your friend starts laughing, even if it's a bad joke, right? You still find yourself laughing along with it potentially. Some researchers argue that this goes into the evolution of empathy, right? Because empathy, putting yourself in someone else's shoes, understanding what they're thinking and feeling, that's pretty complex, right? And being able to produce those facial expressions and have that shared understanding, that shared experience is a good starting point in terms of thinking about empathy. Now, there's lots of animals, other than humans, that exhibit this specific feature as well. So here, these are two geladas on the screen, two non-human primates. And you see, even though it looks terrifying to us, they're having a good time, I promise. You can see they're producing the same exact facial expression as each other. So they also essentially catch, like contagion, right? These different types of positive affiliative facial expressions, which essentially helps with shared understanding and shared meaning. A lot of this research has focused on primates, and we can see that, you know, this might be the building blocks of empathy that at least start with non-human primates and then eventually was maintained in humans as well. And the question is, well, is this something that we can see outside of primates? Is this ability for us humans to watch these weird and funny YouTube videos and start laughing at other people laughing in them, is that something that's just unique to primates, or is that something that's more widespread? So cats again, hi. So cats, you know, again, they have an interesting social structure, right? Through the process of domestication, they've become more tolerant of humans and also of each other. So one idea is, well, maybe this is something that potentially cats are using as well during their social interactions. So using machine learning, we took the data set that we initially coded with cats and we were able to get these algorithms to identify instances of rapid facial mimicry. Because you can imagine going through 276 facial expressions and looking at every single facial muscle movement, documenting when one starts and the other stops, and when one starts and the other stops. And it's a very time-intensive process, but we were able to do it. And you can see a visual illustration of this process on the PowerPoint slide. And we've essentially discovered that, like humans, cats exhibit rapid facial mimicry way more often in friendly contexts. So your cat's friendlier than your thought, and your cat is capable of catching positive emotion too. And again, this is under review. I can't talk too much about it, but when the results of that are published, hopefully I'll be able to present on that as well. Okay. So let's kind of conclude a little bit, bring it back out just a wee bit, and contextualize this in a human framework again, right? So we've kind of see that, you know, evolutionary and comparative psychology, even though it's interesting to think about in terms of chimpanzee behavior and cat behavior, at the end of the day, that helps us better understand the human experience and human evolution, what makes us unique, and what makes us, you know, similar to other animals. And again, all this can be encapsulated in anthropological and psychological theory and methods. So thinking about rapid facial mimicry and shared understanding in psychology, facial action coding systems in psychology, but also the study of non-human primates and human evolution in anthropology, specifically biological anthropology, united together, you get this pretty nice blend of research that's coming out of it. And we're able to use this to track some of these features of human language and complex communication and so much more as well. So I know I focused very heavily on human language and facial expressions, but there's so many other behaviors out there that we can apply this framework to better understand the human experience, which is essentially what psychology and anthropology and psychological anthropology is all about. All right. That's all I got for today, and now we're at the Q&A session. So does anyone have any questions about chimpanzees, cats, humans both? Yes?
So I don't know if this is probably not your area.
Yeah.
If it relates to autism. There's so much about facial movements and nonverbal gestures and things that are affected by or are reduced in children who have autism. And I'm wondering if you see or have heard anything about this technology being used in that way clinically to study people with autism. I also wonder about AI and if you are using that to speed up some of this for yourselves.
Yes. So I'll start with the second question, then go backwards. So essentially, the data engineering and the machine learning that we're doing, that's all AI. AI is kind of a big umbrella term, but anything that's using like data science to predict and to identify and discover some of these patterns, that's essentially what we're doing here. And a lot of people have asked me, they're like, oh, well, aren't you scared that using AI, you're going to be out of a job with facial action coding systems? Please take it from me, y'all. Like, I spent 400 hours just coding chimp faces, and I was losing my mind. I was like, oh, if we had a computer program that could do this and validate this, we would be able to publish so much faster and learn more about facial expression. So in terms of the first question about autism and other like clinical diagnoses and facial action coding systems, unfortunately there hasn't been a lot published because, especially with humans, it takes a lot of time to become certified to use FACS and then to code every single facial muscle movement. A lot of researchers nowadays, they tend to focus on a small subset of facial muscle movements of interest, like for smiles, the lip corner puller, right? So there's very few people that code everything. I just happen to be one of them. But because of this time-intensive, labor-intensive process, we're not seeing as much research on this as we'd like to. But hopefully, using AI, using data engineering and machine learning, we're able to expedite this process by a lot.
Do you ever pick up on communication disorders in your animals?
I have worked with a chimpanzee named Nan. She was in her 40s when she passed away, that had 2 strokes, which left her paralyzed on the right-hand side of her body. And there were some interesting communicative differences between her and other chimpanzees. I noticed that she tended to do a lot more elaborate gesturing on the left side of her body to kind of compensate for that. And the way that she communicated with keepers as well was very different, because a lot of chimps, whenever they're communicating with you, especially me when they're like, hey, I want food, they're like, but she can't do that. So usually she would just do this in the enclosure and wait for a response from us, which worked very well, by the way. But yeah, there are some differences that we see due to different medical conditions in animals. Cats, for example, that are coming off the streets or being adopted out that maybe are missing an eye, maybe do have some slight facial paralysis. We don't have a big sample of those, but we do see some differences in terms of how they communicate, but also how we interpret how they're communicating as well. Yeah. Oh, get that way and that way.
This question kept rising to the top as I was listening to you, because I think about, if I'm using this term correctly, anthropomorphizing.
Yes.
And I kept thinking, okay, so you can see the movements, but how much is your own interpretation of what those movements mean affecting the research?
Yes. So when it comes to contextualizing meaning of cat, I'm going to just go with cat facial expressions, right? There's lots of different external behaviors that we're using as an indicator of this is friendly versus not friendly. So for cats, a friendly behavior is something called allo-rubbing, where they rub up against one another, where they groom each other. Those have been documented as very friendly behaviors, so we're using those to categorize the facial muscle movements that go along with that as this is friendly, versus spitting, hissing, but yeah, classic. That's not so friendly, right? What's interesting though, and this is kind of deviating away from your question, but gets into the anthropomorphizing thing, the human experience and the wants and desires of humans have actually shaped the facial muscles and the movements of animals quite extensively. Bridget Waller published a paper that showed that compared to wolves, domesticated dogs, you know, their little eyebrows, they can move those up like this to make it look really cute, and wolves can't do that. And she found that people were more likely to adopt dogs when they smolder you with those tiny eyebrows compared to animals that don't, right? So we can kind of see this anthropomorphizing us, wanting to see these neonatal or baby-like features, wanting to see these features that make sense to us in these domesticated animals. And as a result, we're rapidly shaping their communicative strategies, which is essentially part of the explanation for why cats produce so many different facial expressions. We want to see that facial expressivity. Maybe the reason why cats, they get this bad rap of not being expressive is they've only had about 10,000 years, give or take a few, for domestication. Dogs over 40,000 years, right? So we're in that process of shaping their facial repertoires, but that could explain some of the differences between the two. But human desire and anthropomorphizing and that urge to ascribe human attributes to animals definitely has impacted their repertoire.
Just as you were talking, I was just thinking about emotional support animals.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, do you feel like it's the facial expressions that people respond to and provide that support? I'm sure it's a range of things.
Yeah, we're actually doing a study on that right now. One of my students in animal behavior too, she's doing that. She's looking to see whether or not the facial expressions, positional behaviors, and manual gestures of service dogs differ based on their job, and the answer is yes. So like depending on the type of dog that you have and what their job is, they tend to modify their communicative strategy accordingly, right? So you get more vocalizations in dogs that are search and rescue, right? Probably as part of that role of needing to actively communicate with their handler from a large distance, whereas dogs where their job is to essentially provide support and comfort in close proximity, they use more facial muscle movements and positional behaviors that you can kind of see in close range. So that definitely plays a role in that. Yeah. And then I think Art's had his hand for a while.
Thank you. So I'm a big cat person. So one of the things that I was thinking about with the facial expressions was like the duration of the expression.
Yes.
So one of the things that we see in cats a lot is, right, they'll stare at each other. They'll do those either affiliative or kind of more defensive kind of expressions for long periods of time, it seems like. At least for me. I'm impatient. So was that an aspect of looking of coding that how long those expressions lasted?
We did code that, and I did analyze that data. There were no significant differences, oddly enough. I thought the same thing too, that staring behavior would do it. But during those affiliative interactions like grooming that tend to be prolonged, that's where you're getting longevity of the facial expressions as well, which probably leads it to being kind of comparable. So no differences yet. Yeah. Good question. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you so much for sticking around for animals. I appreciate it. And let me know if you have any questions after the talk.
All right, everybody, I think we're going to get back started for our last session of the day, our panel. Okay, all right. I think you all can hear me a little bit better now. We're about to get started for our last session of the day. We'll have to put it up close.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, all right.
Really
Tasnuva is going to introduce the moderator.
All right, thank you. Our next session is a panel moderated by Dr. Christina Christie. Dr. Christie received her PhD in counseling psychology from the University of Central Arkansas in December 2023. Prior to this, she has been a licensed certified social worker in the state of Arkansas for 15 years, working in a variety of treatment settings. She is currently an adjunct professor at UCA and enjoys mentoring undergraduate and graduate students in the field of psychology. In August, she'll become a visiting professor at UCA in the Psychology and Counseling Department. Dr. Christie recently joined the UCA Community Care Clinic as their staff psychologist. She has clinical training and experience working with youth and adults with complex medical conditions, depression, and anxiety. She specializes in the treatment of trauma and PTSD across the lifespan. I welcome Dr. Christie and her panel of speakers on explaining interprofessional approaches in healthcare and education, implementation and impact at the University of Central Arkansas Community Care Clinic.
All right, can you all hear me? Okay, I'm used to projecting my voice as a teacher, so if I'm too loud, just hold your ears and scream, and I will try to tone it down. But it's wonderful to see you all here and for us to be in person today. I am thrilled to be here with my colleagues from the UCA Community Care Clinic. So I'm just going to start with Dr. Larimore on the end and trickle our way down. So it's a lot of words I'm about to say. But Chad Larimore is the Associate Dean of Interprofessional Education and Community Engagement for the College of Health and Behavioral Sciences at UCA. In this role, he also serves as the director of the Community Care Clinic, where we are working to develop collaborative practice models that will serve as exemplars of interprofessional education and whole person integrated care. He earned his physical therapy degree in 2000 and PhD in 2010 from the University of Central Arkansas. He was inducted as a fellow in the National Academy of Practice in 2017. Dr. Larimore has extensive clinical experience working on interprofessional teams to help clients with stroke, Parkinson's disease, traumatic brain injury, dementia, and balance disorders. And then next to me is Kayla Gowan, and she holds a master's degree in counseling psychology from the University of Central Arkansas, where she currently teaches courses for the Department of Psychology and Counseling and serves as the clinical field placement coordinator for their graduate programs. In addition to her roles in the department, Kayla also works on campus in the Community Care Clinic, where she supervises student interns and provides mental health services to children and adults. She has worked with clients of all ages in various mental health settings and is passionate about the clinical training and supervision of students. Kayla is a board member and past president of the Arkansas Mental Health Counselors Association, which provides support, continuing education, and interprofessional resources for licensed clinical therapists across the state. She also serves on the board for Conway Cradle Care, which is a local nonprofit organization that educates, supports, and empowers expectant and parenting adolescent mothers. And we have a very brave soul, a student of ours. So Jessie Bennett, yes. Yes. She volunteered in its study day at UCA, so she came here willingly. This is not part of her grade to be here. So we're thrilled to have, this is Jessie Bennett, and she's a second-year graduate student at the University of Central Arkansas studying mental health counseling. She received her bachelor's degree from Ouachita Baptist University in 2022, where she majored in kinesiology and nutrition and dietetics. She's currently in her second semester of practicum as a counseling intern at the Community Care Clinic on the University of Central Arkansas campus. Her passion is to help people who are struggling with mental health, which leads to difficulties affecting everyday lives. She combines all three of her majors to promote whole body wellness. She's also involved with the Interprofessional Therapeutic Activity Program, which is held at the Community Care Clinic. ITAP takes an integrative approach to caring for people with dementia as well as their caregivers. Through ITAP, she has been able to advocate for caregivers and people with dementia through opportunities such as speaking at the Capitol in Little Rock and being involved in an Arkansas Alzheimer's awareness commercial. Okay, so I am going to also pass around, this was a recent article from activities at our clinic, if you don't mind. Thank you, sir. And you all are welcome to pass that around. I'm going to hand it off to Kayla for just a brief little question or two.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you guys for being here. We are all very excited to talk to you. We wanted to start things off, and we just kind of want to get a feel for where you guys are and where you work. So, of course, I report to a different board. I feel very honored to be here, so thank you for having panelists that are not licensed psychologists. I feel very, very excited to be here among you all. But we would like to see, by show of hands, where everybody works. Where do you practice? Raise your hand if you are in private practice. Okay. How many of you do like agency? You're at an agency or a group practice. Okay. What about inpatient or acute units? Okay. Anybody work in an integrated setting? Okay. 2, 3. Okay. All right.
Okie dokie. So today we just aim to conduct, this is an informal discussion. So if you all have questions along the way, you can chime in. And let's see here. Yes, we'll be covering these objectives above us, and it is right behind me, and I'm not going to be able to read those out loud. But, oh, yes, I do. Never mind. So we hope today to describe and recognize interprofessional approaches to healthcare and education, describe how an interprofessional system of outpatient healthcare can be developed and implemented in an academic setting, describe and recognize client populations that can benefit from collaborative practice models, and fourthly, describe the benefits and obstacles of IPE and collaborative practice. And I'm going to hand it over, I believe, to Dr. Larimore.
Hi, welcome, and thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting us. So Kayla was saying she feels like the odd person out. I am truly the physical therapist that is really the odd person out here. But thank you for having me. So what I wanted to do is just share a little bit about our history and the vision for what we're creating at UCA. And I'm going to take you back a little bit, some of my history as well. So I, as a physical therapist, started working in inpatient rehab, working with people with stroke, brain injury, and actually Dr. Renee was the neuropsychologist I worked with all the time, so it was really fun to see a familiar face that I haven't seen in a while. But when I moved into academia, I literally moved into a building that was called the Physical Therapy Building. And we did not interact with any of our colleagues. And in inpatient rehab, I worked with teams of rehab professionals, OT, speech, with nurses, physicians, neuropsychologists, dietitians, respiratory therapy. I mean, it was truly a team-based approach. And so as I started my journey into academia, one of the first things that I did was I reached out to colleagues that were like me, that were in different professions, and realizing, hey, we need to train our students together. That was back in 2010. Since then, there has been a push for interprofessional education by accrediting boards across multiple professions, most professions actually. So at UCA, we were a little bit ahead of the curve, which was really nice. And so what happened as we started this ground up thing was just getting our students together, trying to figure out how to educate them together. And one of the things that developed from that was we started having, we call them volunteer patients that would come in. So they weren't truly patients or clients. They were volunteering to work with labs and work with our students. And so the photos you see up here are some of those patients during the early days of this. So this was all, free, just, hey, we're training our students, getting folks in here. And it started with PT, OT, and nutrition students. And you can see like different environments. So again, one day we would go to the PT building. The next day we would go to the OT. It was OT house that was there on campus. And then we go work with the nutrition space as well. So you can kind of see the different areas. But we all had a role. We all played together. So from that, it is now grown into actually a huge, beautiful building, which we'll show you later, that encompasses a clinic on the first floor with very intentional purpose of developing an interprofessional clinic that will serve our students to teach them how to learn together, how to work together, and have them prepared to move into an integrated clinic role whenever they graduate, whether that's in an inpatient setting and an outpatient setting. But in particular for the clinic we are working with is really in an outpatient ambulatory care setting. So if you go into inpatient rehab, you go into an acute care setting, even in a skilled nursing facility, there tend to be teams already there. Where we find this breakdown in team-based care is when you get into the outpatient setting, where all of a sudden folks are all over town to go see one person. You go to this facility to go see somebody else, you go over here. Communication tends to break down. I'm sure you all have experienced this at some point. And we've even seen even physician to physician. Your primary care doc doesn't talk to your cardiologist. Your cardiologist certainly doesn't talk to a mental health professional. And so that breakdown is real. So we're trying to not only educate our students, but create models that actually could be used, in the outside of the academic setting. I don't want to say real world, but yeah. And I will also say, as we started this program, I was told by multiple of my peers across the U.S., it's not possible to do a pro bono clinic. Once you start billing, you have all these hurdles you're going to face. You won't be able to make it happen. And my thought was, well, what's the point in doing that? Teach our students, give your services away if you want to work together. So we are thank you to the university, have a long on-ramp to be able to help figure this out. The university is funding us, so I don't have to make a profit. We're going to run at a loss for a while as we figure all this out. So hopefully we'll be able to create some strategies and models and work through some of those issues, which there are many when you start dealing with CMS and start dealing with DHS, and you guys know all of the challenges with that. So we're working through that, and we don't have it all figured out. Definitely we do not have it all figured out, but we're getting there. So that's kind of the background of where this all started, and it did start with a team. And so our goal is to really create those experiential learning opportunities that are interprofessional for our students and go beyond, we're going to talk about it, to actually show it and let our students do it before they enter clinical practice. I guess pointing it at the screen doesn't work. I have to point it at the computer. So don't know how much you all are familiar with interprofessional education collaborative. So they have set core competencies that are used pretty much across the nation at this point for training programs, so that we're all aligned to try to create the same objectives, because it's really hard to have 4 or 5 different programs working together if none of the objectives are aligned. So I wanted to just give a little bit of a background on this, and then I'll turn it over to my other colleagues to talk about what that actually looks like in the psychology program as well. So the core objectives for interprofessional education, one is very simple, right? Learning the roles and responsibilities of others. How do you work together if you don't know what your colleagues do? And it's amazing what we know, or what we don't know. So I'm just going to throw something out there. So how many of you know what a physical therapist does? What do you think of? So anybody willing to just, you'll have to say it and I'll say it back in the mic. Torture, okay, yeah. PT stands for pain and torture, yes, for sure. So rehab, okay, yeah. So working on increasing function. So gross motor skills. Can physical therapists debride a wound? So yeah. So there's always these little things like, I really didn't know you did that as well in your practice. And I am sure that goes across the board. The more and more I work with others, the more I realize, well, for instance, occupational therapy, they have a background in behavioral health. And so they work on behaviors, and especially with children with neurobehavioral issues, and like, oh, I've always worked with OT when they've been in inpatient rehab working on getting dressed and getting to the bathroom. So as we learn more about each other, we're able to then work better as a team. So the other piece is communication. I mean, obviously we have to communicate. Without communication, teamwork does not work. Other one is ethics. So having an ethical standard that is aligned for interprofessional care, and it's really about putting the client or the patient at the center. And I don't always like the center, because they should be part of that team, right? And so maybe they're a ring in the team instead of everybody focused on them all the time. So they should have that decision making as well. And I'm going to forget the fourth. Of course I am. Oh, teamwork. Yeah, the whole point of it. But learning team skills, so team science. And so that is actually a studied science, and how to implement that, how to work together. So we are working to do that at UCA across the College of Health and Behavioral Sciences for all of our students, so that when they graduate, they're ready to enter the workforce having those skills already. So I'm going to put Jessie on the spot a little bit. So just to kind of let her talk about it from the student's perspective of what she's seen with interprofessional education and how that's looked for her.
Yeah, I think Dr. Larimore, you did a good job of kind of talking about, in the community, a lot of times we think of, okay, I got to go see the physical therapist at this place, and the OT at this place, and our doctor at this place. And in our minds, that kind of separates, what's going on inside of us. So we think about our physical health as something that's totally different than our emotional health and our spiritual health and our mental health. So we don't it kind of trains us to look at those things as they're all different. But yes, they're different, but they're also connected. And you know, your mental health can affect your physical health and your emotional health. And so I think having a integrated setting where you can go to take care of all of these things that make us who we are is just really, really convenient and helps us to realize, okay, maybe the reason my stomach hurts is because I have anxiety. So, you know, I can go see my mental health professional about my anxiety and a nutritionist in the same place, and they can help me with both of those things. And having my background in kinesiology and nutrition and dietetics, like Dr. Christie said, I'm such a huge fan of, you know, just whole body wellness. And so I think working in an integrated health setting has been like a perfect place for me. And I've really grown so much to, you know, work there.
So, okay, I think I had on my notes that you had something to add there, but I'm putting people on the spot. So yeah, making people uncomfortable. Pain and torture. No.
What
Just as far as like interprofessional education and what that's kind of look like from the psychology perspective and the counseling perspective, and how that fits in the curriculum
Sure.
for you all.
So the Interprofessional Training Center, the Community Care Clinic, came about, and you guys actually took off running. When was your like open date?
Yeah, so I guess that's helpful to know. So the clinic started, it was about 2.5 years ago whenever it opened, and it did open as a pro bono clinic, and we've transitioned to billing insurance. We also have a sliding scale fee schedule for folks who or don't have the money and the funds to be able to do that, because we want to serve everyone. So we've been up and running for about 2.5 years, and mental health.
Yeah, so 2.5 years they opened, and of course campus was abuzz with this news, beautiful new building, this community-facing clinic that was going to provide services. And within the College of Health and Behavioral Sciences, we have all of these, you know, interrelated but distinctly separate departments that provide these services. And so we were always welcome to be a part of the initiatives taking place there. I mean, as part of the college, we were invited to provide services. And it was kind of slow moving at first, but thankfully, with our chair's endorsement, Dr. Art Gillespie, he was very supportive and encouraging of us, you know, stepping in over there. I just happened to, actually don't even know how to identify why I was the one that got involved. I think I have a passion for providing therapy. I was primarily serving in a faculty role and as the graduate field placement coordinator. So when I heard that clinicians were going to be welcome to not just train students but also provide services, I was like, oh, that's fantastic. I can, you know, I can wear two hats for the same, you know, at the same job. And so, you know, began the process with Chad and moved into a kind of a site supervisor role over there. And Jesse and the other intern that we've had for the last year, Zakiah, who couldn't be present today, came on board with us, and we got started over there in the clinic. And it was an adjustment, you know, being part of something that was still fairly new. And so the clinic was fairly new, but then of course mental health services over there was brand new. We were the trailblazers. We were the first ones to get in the door and really start providing those services. And we've incurred all of the assumed challenges and hurdles that one would experience being, you know, the first to kind of get something up and running like that. And if you've never worked in an integrated setting, there are unique challenges that you face, because when you're a mental health provider, most of us work among other mental health providers, and we work within settings that are geared and kind of have the infrastructure that supports the provision of mental health services. But when you step into an integrated setting, that's not always the case. And so not that it's negative, it's just different. So there were a lot of early planning sessions on paperwork and policy and procedure, how things were going to look a little different for our people versus some of the other departments' people. But it's been a wonderful experience. We've been over there for a full year now. Thankfully, Dr. Christie came along just in the nick of time to provide that extra layer of care. Hope to be providing assessment, I think, soon. So we're so grateful to have her as well. But yeah, I mean, do we want to talk about challenges, and do we want to go all the way into it now, or do you just want to, go full force ahead? Okay, well, so So the existence of mental health services in the clinic, I think, has been an added benefit because we have a lot of people that need our services, as you all are very well aware. And access to services is challenging for some members of the population. So we have worked really hard and had a lot of conversations about how to best meet the need that we see in the community. And of course, there are a lot of things that go into that that are outside of our ability to change, payer source and insurance and billing and the whole pro bono conundrum. But I think that we have been well received. One of the challenges that we have faced is that because we're affiliated with UCA, it's literally in our title, the UCA Community Care Clinic, I think initially people assume that we only provide services that are campus facing, that are student and staff and faculty related. And in fact, we actually don't serve the campus community, with the exception of a few, case-by-case situations. And so we've worked really hard to kind of change our branding and our marketing and our advertising because I think that keeps some people from coming to us because they just assume that we're only for the campus community. So that's been one challenge. Also, I don't know how many of you are engaged in student training? How many of you have, interns, supervisees, or ever have? So, of course, that's a challenge in and of itself, right? Because you've got your little baby bird under your wing, and you're walking them along the path of learning how to be a psychologist and provide ethical care, be competent. And then you, depending on your setting, then you run into that hurdle that I'm sure most of you have run into of how to help your clients with this student piece and not lose money, not lose a lot of money, because a lot of our clients have insurance, and students, our students, at least counseling board, we can't provide billable services as a student. And so we've kind of run into really wanting the whole clinic to be kind of this I guess our top goal would be to be a training clinic. Like that's our a huge goal of every provider over there. We want the student experience to be paramount and to be the best that it can be. But of course, that rubs up against being able to take people's insurance, because if you're insured, that student can't really provide, or that student can't provide care. So then we're trying to market and advertise, services to the uninsured or to people that would prefer a sliding scale. And so that those kind of nuances that we've had to kind of, overcome and discuss ways to work around and ways to, be creative with how to get students the opportunities that they really need to grow and really achieve the hours that they have to get to pass their classes. What other challenges can you guys think of?
I can think of something as simple as space. And so all of a sudden, you have what was designed, and I didn't get to design the building, but it actually is a really good design for what it was designed for. And part of it is also for simulation training for our nurse practitioner students. So we have 8 what look like hospital or exam rooms that a physician would use. And we're like, okay, how do we use this with mental health? And so we also had some group rooms. So we were able to transition just trying to make a space that fits. And then I will say my other challenge is mental health, because there's a need, is growing faster than any other providers who are there. So all of a sudden, like, how do we fit you here? So there's all kinds of, just the little, I don't know that the little things, but the challenge is real, and it's not always, the billing piece of it. Sometimes it's, where are we even going to do this? And how do we do telehealth? And, we had a room that's right off the lobby. It's like, but we really don't want to use that, because then it's, you don't want that to be that's the mental health room, and the stereotype that may come with that. So
yeah, and I will say that's also been something that we've really struggled with and talked about ad nauseum, honestly. That's on me. But being like the mental health presence in an integrated setting, you are kind of the odd man out, because those other disciplines don't necessarily require as much confidentiality. Not that there's not confidentiality in HIPAA and all of that kind of stuff, but the nature of the work that we do is somewhat more, it's more sensitive in ways, and it requires a level of confidentiality. And so very early on, people were like, oh, well, you could just use this medical room. Yeah, just step in here in the medical room. Well, that's fine. That's fine if if that's all we have available, right? Like anybody who's done school-based work or community mental health. I mean, I've done therapy. Dr. Gillespie loves to say, I've done therapy in a broom closet. Like, you know, we go where we have to go. Like, and beggars can't be choosers. I want to work with the kids. I will see that kid on the playground in the rain. Like, it's fine. But when you have the state-of-the-art building and the state-of-the-art facility, and you have all of these rooms that are allocated for really more of a medical approach, then here come the therapists like, oh, where are we going to... I guess we could push that exam table off to the side and cover up that sink, and we'll just, you know, nestle ourselves in the corner. So, and Dr. Larimore has been fantastic in appropriating space for us and giving us a room that we were able to turn into a true therapy room that's comfy and cozy. And, you know, I think at the heart of who we are as providers is being advocates for our clients. And it's not about being bougie or having, you know, being comfortable. It's that I know when I have that client who is coming to see me every single week for quality care, their space matters. And I know it is it's a little superficial sounding, but it really does matter. It matters to the way that they, you know, how they feel safe in the space with me, that they're important enough that we've created a space for them to come and heal and engage and cry and bitch and moan and all the things that people do in therapy. So I'm very grateful for Dr. Larimore for, you know, intentionally creating space for us, but we would love to have much more space. So that's, you know, again, a challenge that we're trying to work through. Billing space. Jesse, can you think of any challenges? Oh, just getting people in the door. Like I said, the community facing versus campus facing, but again, we're working on that.
Yeah, I think the first semester that mental health started was last fall, and the advertising part, like the first probably month, I would say, we really just worked on getting the word out to the community because it is UCA, you know, like on campus, people, like Kayla said, thought it was just for UCA students. So really just trying to make sure the whole community knows, hey, anybody can come here. So it was kind of a slow start at first, but you know, there is a need for it, like Dr. Larimore said, and that now it's like, okay, where are we have too many clients. Where's the space? We have a full day scheduled, so it's a good problem to have.
So kind of changing direction a little bit and going to talk about what we're implementing. And so what I have found there's a different language depending on who you're talking to. Team-based care, whole person care, integrated care. But we have chosen the term whole person care for the community care clinic. And so really thinking about it from that holistic perspective, you know, the spiritual health, the mental health, the physical health, you know, social determinants of health, what happens there. So again, taking that perspective. So if you look into the research on whole person care versus fragmented care, which is kind of this, you know, what the standard of care, I guess, which is really sad to say, but you find that there is actually better outcomes for individuals who have that whole person care, and a lot of this has been done in an acute care environment. I know, Kayla, you had done some research on finding all the stats. I don't know you have them all to list, but I know like decreased length of stay in a hospital. I know you had them all down, so I'm going to turn it back over to her.
I did bring a list. I did, but no, you're right on track. Yeah, we have a lot of data that really do show that integrated approaches, people benefit, you know, widely from them, and that they do have overall better health outcomes if they are treated by multiple professionals in one setting versus multiple professionals in multiple settings, for the simple reasons you would assume: logistics, travel, coordination of care, you know, your insurance being charged multiple different times for multiple different sources for multiple different, you know, charges versus just one. Improved patient satisfaction, so there's 5 here. Improved patient satisfaction, the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality highlights that integrated care approaches improve patient experience and satisfaction by offering comprehensive services that address both medical and behavioral health needs. Reduced hospitalizations and lower rates of emergency room visits. Lots of research on like chronic health conditions and people who struggle with chronic health conditions, heart disease, obesity, diabetes, they benefit the most because they are getting that medical care that is vital to them, and they're also being able to work with someone on the emotional toll of that. And sometimes that's behavioral change, sometimes that's just having a safe place to talk about how your chronic condition is affecting your quality of life. Cost savings and efficiency, and then reduction in stigma and barriers to care. So I do feel like, and I think we've probably all experienced this, like, personally, I do feel like the clinic has kind of demystified or destigmatized access to services in a way, because when you walk in, you're walking into this brand new state-of-the-art building that has, Peds Plus and Conway Regional, and it feels very kind of medical in nature, which it is. And I think that some of the mental health clients coming in, you don't know what they're there for. They're walking in the door and they could be receiving PT services, they could be receiving OT, they could be receiving speech, whereas on campus, we have a fantastic counseling center at UCA that is busy, and they have increasingly added staff, thank goodness, but they are still very, very busy. But students would often say, I worked in the counseling center for a while before moving full-time to the faculty, and students would often say, well, sometimes I don't like coming in here because everybody knows when you walk into the student health center and hit that elevator button, you're riding to the top floor to go to therapy. And as much as we all know that therapy is okay, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're, broken, as people say, 18-year-olds don't know that. And very often the stigma of attending a therapy session can be just enough to keep them from going and making that appointment. So I think coming to an integrated facility, it just by nature of a name and the setting, that it is and what's in the waiting room and having all of those different types of providers there kind of provides a little bit of a cloak of confidentiality and secrecy. So yeah, we know that it definitely improves health outcomes. And I know that there are University of Wisconsin-Madison, there are some people there that are very much on the forefront of the models of integrated care, and they're doing research currently on, how it's affecting specific subgroups within the population, what types of people are, going to be best helped by integrated care models versus others. So.
On mental health stigma, I'm wondering how y'all address stigma amongst the other disciplines about mental health, and maybe the need, or how not. I would imagine that there's some stigma and misunderstandings.
Anybody want to take that? You want me to go? You can go first. Do you mean within the training center itself, the other providers that are present? I don't know that I've experienced stigma. I mean, everybody that we work with is pretty fantastic, pretty, well-versed in mental health for the most part, have way more knowledge of what we do than I expected them to, and we're very collaborative in nature. We're always together in, the office and talking and staffing. I don't know that I've experienced any, negative attitudes or what I've felt to be, stigmatic thinking. I will say there have been a couple of times where I've thought, they're not used to working around mental health providers because of some questions that are asked. I saw that so-and-so came today. Are they still dealing with, so-and-so? Or, I saw so-and-so on your schedule, and I went to high school with his mama, and she is so sweet. And, and it's well-intentioned, and it is 150% innocent, but we don't do that, right? And again, it's not a better or worse or a good or a bad. It's just that by nature of our training and the work that we do, we don't typically comment on anybody else's schedule, or, unless it's in consultation or supervision. So, little things like that where you're kind of like, oh, okay, we're really not supposed to talk about it. We're really not supposed to talk about this stuff. I don't know. Have you guys experienced anything that you would say is overtly, stigma related?
So I can address one thing that it has been very intentional about who we have hired and who we have placed in that position. I have let people go because they weren't a good fit. So that is, that is the one role that I can play in this, to make sure that it's about the client, it's about the patient, it's about what they need. It's not about, oh, do they need mental health? And so that piece has been very intentional. Building culture has been very intentional. Do we have it all figured? I mean, I'm going to digress for a minute. I'm actually going to hit the next slide, because whenever we began, we had a bunch of professionals who were co-located, who were not talking together, who were maybe referring back and forth. So it was really still siloed care. And so we've worked really hard to change that to a whole person care model, and to really create a culture where it's not about your profession, it's about taking care of the client. Now, do we have some things to work through and to grow through? Yes. And so, like exactly what Kayla was saying, somebody is working in a way they've never worked before. But we've also, it's one of my favorite terms, and we've used it repetitively, or I have with folks, is we're going to fail forward. We're going to mess up on something because we don't have it all figured out, but we're going to learn from it, grow from it, and we're going to move forward with it. And one of the examples of this, so we have our little care team model up there, trying to figure out how to actually create a care team for the client. So the first thing that we have people do whenever they come in, they're wanting to come in for physical therapy, they're wanting to come in for mental health or whatever. The first person they meet is going to be the care team coordinator or a care coordinator person. So someone who is playing that role. We're using the PROMIS, which is a patient-recorded outcome measure. It's a standardized measure by NIH. There's really, doesn't hit everything I'd like for it to, but it's a holistic kind of screener to start that conversation and to be able to help the client form their own care team. And so for our model of care, we're empowering the client to be able to make those decisions instead of us saying, hey, you're seeing PT, I need to refer you to OT for this. That's really what we're trying to move away from. So, and Kayla, I know I have my little notes here saying when we were talking about this, that I know Kayla wanted to talk a little bit about the care team model and how that's worked. Before I turn it over to you, though, so one of the things that I have noticed, one of the things we were trying to implement, and this comes from my experience working in an inpatient rehab, and we'd have, team conferences on a regular basis, just to have allocated time and space to be able to have those conversations. So trying to recreate that was not always, so mental health was, while they need to be there, they're not always able to report out the same as you would on another patient. I mean, for me as a physical therapist, granted there's HIPAA issues, but if somebody watches somebody exercise, that's not the same. I rarely ever have a client who's like, no, I don't want a student. They're fine with it because they're doing exercise, maybe, well, I would say if you're doing a manipulation, cracking somebody's neck or something, maybe not a student for that one, but it is a different beast. So kind of learning that process and how to communicate what is appropriate, what is not, we are working through that and we don't have it all figured out. So a very roundabout, I don't know if I answered your question, but it's, it is one of the things that we are intentionally working on.
Yeah, and I would say that I think that integrated care settings, we know that they are, advantageous and helpful and efficacious in, treating people with multiple presenting concerns. But I think one of the challenges that we have in this is that they're not common. How many integrated healthcare facilities or integrated healthcare settings are you even aware of? The ones that you are aware of and the ones that come to mind are medical hospitals, right? We have UAMS, we have Arkansas Children's, we have St. Vincent's. Those are places, the VA, we have places where, people are they're captive, right? For the most part. They're there, they're receiving medical care, and also these other auxiliary services that are part of their treatment and sometimes required for their discharge. There are not very many in our part of the country, at least there are not very many, and Chad, you could speak more to this, but there are no integrated outpatient settings. That just typically doesn't really exist. And if they are, they're not, how many of them are there? Like in Arkansas, do we have other integrated healthcare outpatient facilities? Yes,
do not
yours.
know the answer.
At UAMS, all of our primary care clinics across the state are integrated. So we have behavioral health, pharmacy, dietitian, all those different disciplines.
Okay. So other than UAMS, and yeah, in a university setting is unusual. And when you say primary care settings, are those just elective outpatient? I can call you to set up an appointment. It's not funneled through any type of okay. So I think that the way that we try to bring people in the door is different depending on the department from which we come, because, you know, as Chad mentioned, if I had rotator cuff surgery and need rehab, I'm going to go to the physical therapist that's recommended to me or who takes my insurance or who's available. When you're searching for a therapist, it's a little bit more delicate. And I also think that we've had kind of this one-directional referral system in-house. In-house referrals are kind of one-directional. They typically refer to us more than we refer to them, and by they, I mean PT, OT, speech, nursing. We have gotten referrals from in-house because they're working with, people who have experienced some type of, trauma, or they're, some kind of medical condition, and, I think that this is really weighing on you, and maybe there's some depression going on, or there's some anxiety, or, but we are not as often referring to them for things, because not that it hasn't happened. I mean, some nutrition overlap, and there may have been one or two others that I can think of. But so that's, again, kind of a challenge, because in this integrated approach, as Chad mentioned, we want to be collaborative. We don't want to just be co-located. We want to be a true integrated team where all of the patient care is truly integrated. But that's kind of one of those ideal versus actual, there's a discrepancy there. It sounds great. We just don't have a ton of people coming in the door that fit that bill. So we are still, unfortunately, a little bit siloed, because not many of our clients are receiving multimodal services.
Okay. I was just going to comment, somebody included in the chat here online, Joyce said that at River Valley Wellness in Russellville, they have an integrated primary care outpatient clinic.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
They're actually a new clinical partner of ours at UCA. I'm sorry for forgetting about them. The Morrilton Medical Clinic, I think, is also would be considered an integrated site. So yes, they are out there. It's just there's they're not a ton of them.
And one of the other things I did want to reiterate, so Kaylee's talking about, sometimes the client comes in, they are just seeing mental health, but that is their choice. So they choose their care team, and if they choose that all I need is this service, that is fine. We're not going to force them to, now you got to see PT because, well, who knows? or
Surely
vice
there's
versa.
something wrong. Surely we can find something.
Yeah, so it's been very intentional that it's by client choice, and we've had clients come in that they're receiving services by someone else not in the clinic, and they want to keep that. We're not going to try to pull them in or anything like that. It's really about empowering the client to get what they need. I've also used the analogies like, they may say, you know what, I have back pain sometimes, but it's not hurting me right now. Maybe I'll have Chris, who's our PT, like, I'll just have him on the bench right now. He doesn't need to be playing, but he's there if I need him, kind of thing. So people just know that there is access to care for them is part of that as well. So I did want to, on the circle, you can see all the different professions that we have, but I wanted to go through this because and this is where I think we potentially are a little different than most of the other integrated care clinics and this is me just looking at literature from the mental health side of things. Integrated care usually means mental health and behavioral health being integrated with, primary care like medicine. It doesn't often include the rehab professions in an outpatient setting, and that's, I may be ignorant, but that's my experience and kind of what I've read. And so that may be where we're a little different. So one of the professions that we are using as well is health coaching. And if you're not familiar with them, so they're trained on how to work on behavior train, how to do behavior change, some motivational interviewing, being able to do consistent follow-ups with clients. And so these are really, when you think about health coaching, they're working with people who are healthy, they don't have any issues. So the mental health professional would be digging a little deeper if you're doing behavior change, versus the health coaching would be for everybody that walks in the door could potentially need health coaching. And I think about, as a PT perspective, like, did you do your exercises today? Yeah, they always say no. But if I had somebody that could follow them regularly and give them that little extra nudge, they may be more consistent. So that's really what that role is. Gosh, that's kind of dark. But family practice, I'm not going to go into. So we have registered nurses and a collaborating physician who see clients, for your typical kind of medical primary care type things. I'm assuming everybody's familiar with that. And then we have nutrition counseling. So we have dietitians who work with people, whether it's people who have diabetes or working on weight loss, but also working with people who have eating disorders. So there is some overlap there where nutrition counseling and mental health could really go hand in hand for some of these folks. So I have occupational therapy services, have a picture of a kid, but we work with children up to adults. And OT does, especially with the children, a lot of the neurobehavioral kind of things. So those kids with autism or CP or fetal alcohol syndrome. So working with those clients, and there's again obvious overlap there. And then PT, I think I've talked enough about PT, but that's the world I live in. And so one of the places that I do see where PT kind of fits as well with that overlap is those people with neurological disorders, like stroke, brain injury. We've had a lot of work with folks with Alzheimer's, not necessarily in the clinic, but through our STAP program. And it's not always the client or the patient. Sometimes it's the family that needs the support. And I think this is a good way to segue into some of the Alzheimer's and STAP program. So.
Yeah, so the STAP program, it's called ITAP, and then ITAP is kind of the umbrella. It's interprofessional therapeutic activity program, and then we have STAP underneath there, which is the student-led therapeutic activity program. So this program is very close to my heart. I've been working with this program for 2 years now. And it's basically for people in the community with dementia or Alzheimer's to come and hang out with other people that have similar, problems that they have, to meet students that they can talk to and, help them, train them in their field. The students, we have multiple disciplines in the program. So we have nursing students in the program, speech therapists, PT, OT, exercise science, and counseling. And it's all student-led. So it's kind of a mutual beneficial program where the students are getting the experience that they need, and the participants, the clients, are getting help that they need. So the other umbrella of ITAP is the caregiver support group, which is for the caregivers of the people with dementia. They get to come and express their stories, just really have that support and lean on each other, because a lot of times people in that position just feel so alone. And they can bring their loved ones with them, because there's nursing students there to watch them and help them and do all these activities with them while their loved ones kind of talk and decompress. And then health coaching is also another part of that umbrella of ITAP, where maybe they need a little more support than just the support group. So we provide one-on-one health coaching with the caregivers of specific ways they can help with this process, because each person, is going through a different struggle. no journey is the same in this disease. So again, it's completely student-led. The student will volunteer to help this caregiver. They'll have weekly meetings and kind of like talk about what they're going through and all this stuff. So STAP, I mean, it honestly encompasses everything that we're trying to do with the community care clinic, because it is involving so many different disciplines, and it's training the students at the same time. It's completely student-led. So I think that's like really the vision that we kind of see the community care clinic going.
And I love that so much, because not many students get that experience. The fact that it is student-led, and I mean, when she says that, she means that they do so much with those clients and families, and are very instrumental in their care and progress through that program. And most of our students that go out onto field work don't get to work and train in settings like that, where they are from the ground up, from a student, into a practitioner, learning how to be collaborative and learning how to, learning about other disciplines. I mean, I didn't know, things about PT until I started working. I mean, I would have answered the same way, right? Pain and torture. Like, I remember being put in traction or something. They've like pulled my spine apart when I had a pinched nerve. I'm like, people are torturous. But just learning about, the different disciplines and all of the great quality therapy that that people can receive, I think is fantastic for the student, because again, you typically don't get that in most of our clinical settings, clinical training settings. So it's a fantastic program. Yeah, I'm proud that Jessie's been a part of that for so long, because she certainly didn't have to be. She elected to be a part of that. So.
And I feel like for me personally, I mean, I've talked with other people in my cohort who have been prac at different places, and I do feel blessed to work in the clinic, because I do get the experience that, a lot of my other people in my cohort don't get. And I've learned so much about, PT, OT, speech, all the things that do overlap, like we've talked about with mental health.
And I believe the STAP is on Friday mornings, and I see my therapy clients on Friday mornings. Dementia hits home for me. My dad had triple dementia, as I coin it, so I grew up being his caregiver. So I can't speak enough to the joy that I see on the clients' faces that have dementia that are coming to this clinic on Fridays. My clients that are usually there for trauma, they just get so joyous, like seeing the engagement of the students and the individuals with dementia. I keep a close ear out too for, are they going to be nice to these folks? Are they going to be patient with them? Are they going to listen if they have, maybe some difficulty hearing? I know my dad did. He would get on to me for like, why are you yelling at me, Christina? Well, it's the third time I've had to say something. But I've kept an ear and an eye out, and I have been so impressed. They're making sure they don't fall. They're being patient with them. They're repeating things in a kind, respectful way. And just to see and hear the laughter of those clients has just been amazing. And these students have just done a phenomenal job, and their training has been wonderful.
So yeah, and that actually segues us nicely into what we're terming as affordable excellence. And so we talked about earlier as well, with the challenges with billing and with students providing care. So there's the opportunity for insurance-based counseling with a licensed professional. But if someone chooses to work with a student, and for counseling, we do, I think it was $5 if they're 300% or below poverty level. So that's a pretty big area, and then $10 if they're above. So definitely have that affordability, and we have really nice setups where we can record, or the licensed professionals can watch in and see what's going on in real time, and so they're able to really be there and give that feedback and give that professional experience as well, which I think has been really, really good for the mental health side of things. And the other piece of this is that we, have the insurance billing side. We have the other programs that are really geared, their student learning experiences. Well, everything is, the North Star is student learning for us. But the other thing, we do also have a sliding scale that makes it very affordable for folks, again, at that 300% level of poverty level set by the federal government. So they're able to get services for a very reduced rate if they don't have insurance or underinsured, or in some cases, their insurance, the number of visits you get just ran out. So we are oftentimes that referral source. I know Conway Regional has referred several folks to. It's like, well, they're out of visits. Can we send them to you? It's like, yes. So having that opportunity, it's not just about generating revenue. It's about training students as well. And when we set this up, we thought we'd spend about 30 minutes talking and have a whole lot of time for Q&A. We're almost an hour in, so, but I did, yeah, no, on a Friday afternoon, yeah. But I did want to talk just briefly. I know Kaylee's talked a little bit about some of our community engagement as well, and I'll talk about one that I have been a part of that's near and dear to my heart is our coalition with Conway Ministry Center. So Conway Ministry Center works with people who are unhoused or have food insecurity. So we've been able to send, we started with nursing students, and Laura Gillis, if anybody knows her, she was the one who started it. She's one of our great nursing faculty. But getting students to go and do health screens for these folks who are unhoused. We've learned really quickly that a health screen only goes so far, but they need more support services. So we're sending one of the nurse practitioners with the students now. And I'll give the example, this is the medical side of things, but someone's blood sugar was, well, the machine said 600, it stops at 600. If you're familiar with that, usually you're in a coma if you're at that level. So we were able to get a prescription for her. Conway Ministry Center was able to pay for the meds for them, and she's not where she needs to be yet, but getting help and getting support. But we're also going to be including our addiction counseling students, have plans to get mental health over there as well, and really have this kind of outreach satellite clinic on their campus to be able to serve that population as well. And I know we have multiple other outreach. I know Kayla's got several things going on too.
Yeah, so my passion is in working with youth at risk. So my background is in really school-based mental health. I worked at Pinnacle Point all throughout my graduate training, and then, or for most of my graduate training, and then began work there and loved school-based work. I love working with littles and adolescents and teens and their families. More the teens and littles than their families, but that's part of the job. And then moved into college mental health, worked on campus in the counseling center there, and up until got the opportunity through Chad and Dr. Gillespie was just a faculty member. So I was out of the therapy game for about, not too long, maybe 2 years. And I had that itch. I mean, when you're in therapy for a while and you're no longer providing therapy, it's like, oh, I feel like I need a client. Maybe I need a client to stay fresh. And then, of course, as an educator, I'm primarily undergraduate faculty, but I am graduate faculty, and I had a couple of graduate classes, then I'm doing a practicum course, and I just wanted to be able to practice what I was preaching and to be, to have my finger on the pulse. And so, but my one of my ideal populations are kids, and specifically youth at risk. And as you all probably know, many of our most vulnerable populations are the very populations that can't access services for whatever challenge, right? Socioeconomic status, just can't get there, parents work, or they just can't meet the hours at the clinic. And so I love doing community hour. I love going to the places where the people are to do the work. Sadly, that doesn't pay us. Most of the time, if you're doing work in the community, especially at pro bono places or places that are not for profit, there's no paycheck attached to that. And I have a big old heart, but I also have kids and, a mortgage and student loans. So I say all that to say, also a passion of mine is student training. So, I'm a therapist, but I'm a student trainer, I'm a mentor. And that is so paramount to me and so important to me. And so I'm always looking for ways to provide good clinical experiences for our students. I think that's just incumbent upon me as a faculty member in the department. I mean, that's what I'm hired to do, is to make sure our students go through our program and leave as competent clinicians, or competent soon-to-be clinicians. And so while we've had some challenges to bringing clients in the door, again, you guys have probably run up against, somebody comes or calls for services and, oh, well, we've got an intern, a fantastic intern, a competent, mature, responsible, educated, fantastic intern. Hey, yeah, no, I'd rather see the therapist. Or no, I'd rather see, so there's that, which we are constantly fighting. And then the other challenges that we've mentioned. So we're like, okay, well, how can we get these students experiences that are outside of the doors? And so the Boys and Girls Club is a partner of ours, Zakaya, that I mentioned earlier. She and I go every Thursday afternoon, and we do groups at the Boys and Girls Club, and they've been such a wonderful partner and definitely on board with anything that we want to do in that facility, and we're grateful for that. Also, Cradle Care. Dr. Gillespie and I are both involved with Cradle Care. They're just a fantastic organization in Conway, and they have such a need for mental health services, and so that's kind of on the horizon to provide services in that setting. Juvenile Justice Facility, I mean, the list goes on. There are multiple places in town, in Conway and beyond, that could really benefit from the infusion of mental health, services, and student-led services are a fantastic, it's a great environment for student-led services. So yeah. Did I leave anything out?
So Christina, are you okay with us maybe opening up to the audience before, because we have our planted questions, but we would love to open it up to you all to see if you have questions, because
And if not, I can go internal on our panel. I have questions for them.
Perhaps I'm a little cynical, but it surprises me a little bit that there, in some of these growing pains, that there hasn't been a little bit of a fight of hierarchy. And I hear you loud and clear that you've been very careful about who you hire to make sure that that's not an agenda. But when I saw a family clinic, I thought, doctors are used to being in charge. And so I just wondered how you're trying to handle that. This isn't a hierarchical structure. It's a participatory. It's a collaborative structure.
I want to. My head's going. It's like, is this being recorded? So we have a collaborating physician who does not provide services in the clinic. So we have nurse practitioners, therapists. So we don't have a physician that would create that traditional hierarchy power structure. That was not intentional. The intention was to be able to serve our students. And so we are not a medical school. We don't train physicians, but we do train nurse practitioners. So we created all of our team based on the teams that we train at UCA. And that maybe has, from the literature I've read and from my experiences, and I'm not pointing out UAMS, I love Wendy and Kat and all the group that does IPE, and I'm very connected with this group that does that at UAMS. But if you read the literature, physicians are the holdout for interprofessional education, and they have that tradition of being in charge. And so, yes, that I hear you loud and clear, and maybe because we don't train physicians, we don't have them directly in our clinic, we have not experienced that. Not by design, maybe by chance.
What mental health and therapy modalities are encouraged and acceptable in your clinic?
Any and all. You mean just from the providers, or what are we? Yeah.
Well, for example, in some integrated settings like universities that I've been in, there's been sometimes acceptance of different modalities, but maybe an encouragement to have brief solution-focused therapy, whatever their version of an evidence-based system is. For example, one clinic I was in was interested in it. AEDP, I think it's like accelerated psychodynamic therapy. So sometimes there's a flavor of the day, or there's a push, at least for the brief solution focus models. And maybe not at this clinic, but that's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily have a push of any particular, model or you don't have to ascribe to any one particular theoretical orientation to come and work there or train there. And I'll take this opportunity, it was kind of listed on my bullet points, to mention that that's both great, but it's also sometimes not great. Not necessarily with the treatment intervention or approach, but right now we're just it's a general outpatient mental health clinic. We can take anyone from 6 to 96, 6 to 99. We don't. I think. You don't see anybody younger than. You don't do infant mental health? No. Okay. So we're pretty much generalists. Anybody that calls, with the exception of, both of us kind of have we're not the best fit for that. And we've referred out, a handful of clients who have called and wanted services. I'm limited by the days in which I can be in clinic because of my other roles on campus. And same for her. We both also teach. And so that's sometimes the limitation between, in getting people in the door. I think I can speak for both of us in saying we would love to kind of niche down. We would love to have more, promote more specialized, services and specialized care, but not at the expense of the other disciplines. We don't want to just focus on, a specific age group or a certain demographic, because then that might limit those other disciplines and the other providers in clinic from being able to offer care. So it's kind of like this weird, the false dichotomy between specialization and generalization. We want to be open to the community, but sometimes being too open, we're getting a lot of calls that we can't take everyone. But if we niche too far down, then we're gonna, kind of don't want to cut our lifeline, or don't want to prevent people from getting in the door. But in answer to your question, no, we don't have any specific requirement.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, just cognitive behavioral therapy. I'm a trauma specialist, so I work with, EMDR, cognitive processing therapy, TFCBT, and those things. So, I think, but in general, nothing specific that we're tied to. I know MI and CBT. Anything else you can think of?
No, I mean, as from a student perspective, I kind of like that we're not tied to certain theoretical orientations or something, because my supervisor, Kayla, she's always just be yourself, and whatever comes naturally to you, that's kind of what you'll lean towards. So it's kind of opposite. Instead of oh, I learned about this approach or this orientation and I want to try that. It's more of okay, what comes natural to me, I can kind of practice and then see, oh, I feel like I'm leaning more towards person-centered or, whatever. So that's kind of my perspective on it.
And I will just say, as an administrator who has no background in psychology, I am trusting that the professionals that are here are doing what is evidence-based, what is correct, and I leave that up to them to make that decision, because I have no business making that decision.
So that actually goes right into the question that I had, right? So when you described STAP, and maybe I just misunderstood the description, but when I hear totally student-led, my question is, especially since psychology is such an apprenticeship kind of field, who is it that's helping the students lead it in a direction that's actually evidence-based and shown to help versus just what feels good? Because what might feel good isn't necessarily what always helps, especially with some specific presenting concerns.
So the STAP program is really spearheaded and driven by the nursing department. And so nursing is the biggest kind of piece of that pie. Those nurse, the nurse practitioners, are they all, is that who all the clinical instructors are? Just the clinical instructors in the nursing program, they are the ones who kind of, drive that. Yeah, they're the training. Jessie is actually the only mental health piece of that pie, and she's not providing therapy in any way. She's not there to be a therapist, or even really a therapist in training. She works for the nursing department as a graduate assistant, so she is there as more of a kind of just a listening ear, and she's very instrumental in helping all of those clients and families transition between the different departments that they go through during that program each week. But she's not acting as a therapist. Her role with STAP is actually much more unrelated to her role in the mental health vein of training. It's much more related to the nursing and the other, OT speech that's, we would like to have more, presence and have an actual mental health provider engaged in that STAP program. It's just, it's kind of fluid. Not, Jesse can speak more to how that actually looks in the clientele each week. But yeah, she's not acting as a therapist in training in her role with STAP. I guess we should have clarified that earlier.
Yeah, that's my bad. I didn't do a good job explaining that. But yes, Kayla's right. So every student or every discipline there is a professor that is watching over those students. So we have nurses, watching over the nursing students, PTs watching over the physical therapist students, OTs, all that good stuff. But yes, that is kind of separate from my, I'm not doing my practicum with that or any like mental health thing with that. I'm more of like the organizer behind the scenes with that stuff.
And just one other clarification for STAP is, so if you think about it, so this is not individualized therapy for each client. It is preset kind of group activities that are appropriate for kind of a general population with that diagnosis. And so that allows the students to be more active with it. And so they're not doing anything that would technically be, whether it's physical therapy or mental health therapy. It's more of a program. And the goal is not to teach them how to be a therapist. The goal is to teach them how to interact with people who have dementia and Alzheimer's.
Yeah, so any of you, okay.
I had a fun question. So if the dream were to continue and you were to expand, how might you expand? Because I'm thinking of my area, which is sexual concerns and like pelvic floor PT, or like different niches within. A few of you mentioned like spiritual health, so like, I don't know, groups, like other groups and other practitioners to join. Who might that be and what might that look like?
Yeah, that's a perfect question because I was about to ask the panel about, future growth areas associated with community care. So,
just hand it right to me, huh, right? So, some of the places where we look at growing, so a couple of different directions. I have kind of three answers to this question, but I'll try to be brief. One is going upstream with the wellness piece, and so then using or working with our health science students and our exercise sports science students and those who are not licensed professionals, but are really wellness professionals. So that's one direction we'd like to move. So we've actually been working with our philosophy and religion group, and so we're actually having a student do a study looking at developing trusting relationships with those who are at Conway Ministry Center and experiencing homelessness. And how do we build that trust so that they'll come into the clinic and get those other services that they need? So we have College of Business who comes in. We have our School of Language and Literature doing interpreter services. So there's, so many opportunities for growth. The other thing that we're looking at is kind of setting up three kind of areas of focus, and one of them being kind of that neurological and neurodegenerative disease, because we already have our STAP program, but you think about anybody dealing with a neurodegenerative disease in the family, and those folks need a team. We're also looking at the chronic conditions, which is still a big bucket because there's so many chronic conditions, but if you think about chronic pain or metabolic syndrome or osteoarthritis, again, is a big bucket for those folks that need to be served. And then finally looking at it from a pediatric standpoint, so that we're serving across the continuum of care. And yes, we'd like to form teams for all of those. That way, we're intentionally serving clients who need a team. And my example is I went to the nurse practitioner like, hey, I can tell you I have a ruptured eardrum and it's infected. I need antibiotics. Here, let's do it. Whistle. I didn't need a team for that, right? So that's not what we're trying to create.
Do y'all offer speech therapy?
So yes and no. So we have a whole speech therapy department. So for accreditation for speech therapy, they have to have clinical opportunities embedded into their curriculum. So speech has had a clinic for 40 years already. So we share a lobby, and their clinic is on one side, our clinic is on the other, and we do work together some, but that is also another goal of mine, is to integrate that more so, because they're kind of standalone. We use different EMR, so we have some of the same clients. So that's why I said yes and no. So yes, there are always challenges.
Thank you all for presenting this information. I was just going to ask, and you may have mentioned it, and I apologize if I misheard. Do you all do like patient satisfaction questionnaires or surveys?
It's still coming back to me. So yes, so we are using a very brief questionnaire. So we're using a Net Promoter Score. If you're familiar with that, it's used in the business world a lot. And essentially it's, will you recommend these services to your family and your friends? And we have a very small N, but at this point we have 100% say yes to that, which I am very proud of. I was talking with one of our College of Business folks, and she made it very clear that, yes, you have a small N. I'm like, but I'd rather have it 100% than 0%, even though there's only been 19 responses. But, but at least we know we're in the right direction. And I will attribute that to the folks up here and the rest of the care team. It's because people actually care. So.
Wonderful, thank you. Just another question from your perspective and from your experience, for those of us in the audience that work with trainees, undergraduate, graduate students, do you have any recommendations for the types of skills to like talk to them about in supervision, like even if they haven't had this experience that you've had, just different ways to provide tips, encouragement, or training around what your students are learning?
I would say flexibility, being flexible and really being able to lean into their cognitive flexibility and adaptability to environments that may not be as they expected them to be. I think students, in my experience, students are struggling with that more and more. I think that students really just struggle in the gray. They want the black, the white, the given, the scheduled, the structured, and when anything deviates from that, they tend to they tend to freak out. And so, encouraging students to be open-minded to an integrated setting, and to really value, here's the other piece of it, like we all think we're the best, right? Mental health's the best, right? Everybody needs, they need us. We're doing these great things out in the world. But to really value the other players on the team and to really value everybody's place at the table. I mean, truly, to teach and encourage students that it really does work out best for the client if we are all working together. And so to be open to that and open-minded to that, and to be, flexible and, be able to pivot, on a moment's notice. I would say maybe educate themselves on what those other, disciplines do and how they provide care to the clients that are coming in those doors, to not be afraid of it. I mean, we have been blessed to have Jesse and Z. They have just been phenomenal students and have really struggled, in the growing pains with us, like getting off the ground and running. They are top-notch students. If any of you want to hire fantastic LAC here in a couple of months, hit me up. But I would say to not be afraid of it and to just really, trust that they could thrive in that environment and that they would, even if they don't go out into the workforce and work in a truly integrated setting, they're going to gain valuable knowledge from having worked in that environment. And they'll be able to refer their clients to those different, providers that maybe not work in that integrated care with them, right? Like the more knowledge you have about those other fields and disciplines, the more apt you are to then refer your client when they do need something that's falls within one of those other services. I'll think of anything else.
I know that we're running low on time, so because we are student-led, I was going to put Jesse on the spot. So final grades are not in yet, so all the pressure is on this one question. You've got to nail it, okay? So how has this program helped you grow as a young clinician?
I think it just goes back to like what Kayla was just talking about, that I truly have gotten an experience and knowledge that a lot of my other cohort members did not get in their sites. And like I said, your physical health is connected to your mental health, connected to your emotional health. If you're running low on mental health, it's going to affect all your other, parts. And so I think just knowing that and seeing that firsthand every day, working with this amazing team, they've all taught me so much in all their disciplines. And I truly am just like really thankful. And I feel like the past 2 semesters, I've just grown so much as, a student clinician. So.
All right, you get an A. Any other follow-up questions before we wrap for the day? I know we're running low on time.
I want to say one last thing. If we don't have any other further questions, we want to close with our goals for the future are to grow. We want to grow. We want to stay where we are. We want to be. We want to be around, and in order to do that, we need to grow. And so remember the UCA Community Care Clinic. Spread the word. Send people to us that you think might be in need of our services. I think there are lots of. I think each of us have lots of goals that we are focused on for the near future and the far future. And we hope to be able to accomplish them, but we won't be able to do that unless we can continue to train students and we can continue to get people in the door and we continue to establish those community partnerships. So just please send us people, spread the word, help us thrive. And thank you guys so much for being here.
Yes. Thank you all for presenting about this wonderful initiative. We look forward to all of what you all will do going forward. Thank you again. Thank you, Christina. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, another hand clap for them. And all of our speakers for today. All of our speakers. Thank you. All right. Well, we are at the end of our spring conference. Thank you to everybody for attending and all of your attention throughout today. I just want to thank a few people. The Professional Development Committee. So we give a round of applause to Tesnuva. Thank you. As our PDC chair and just all the PDC. Everybody raise your hand if you're on the PDC. Tisha and Pat and Christina, Dawn, Margaret. Just a wonderful PDC. Jan, that's right, Jan. Thank you so much. And of course, Eric DeRay, our executive director. Yes, Eric, thank you. Yeah, it's just been so wonderful working with the Professional Development Committee over all these years. And so it's just great that we've been talking about doing a hybrid approach for a long time. So I'm glad years, right, Tisha, for years. So I'm so glad we've been able to do that, and hopefully we can continue to. So we just want to thank AV Arkansas. Thank you all for all your technology support today and taking pictures. We look forward to seeing that. And also want to thank Selena Parker from Mentally Balanced Media for helping us with the promotion of this event, all of our marketing and promotion. So thank everybody who's been involved in this and all of our speakers. And Dawn is going to give one last announcement about the social.
Okay, don't forget that over at US Pizza Chenal, which is right over here, that there is a social gathering. Anyone can attend, and it is all things informally ethical. It's presented by the Ethical and Professional Practice Committee has reserved a room there. So please feel free to go purchase yourself some dinner or an adult beverage, whatever, and come enjoy hanging out with your colleagues. Oh, wait. We will raffle 2 bottles of wine.
Thank you, Dawn. Now I want to turn it over to Tisha.
Hello, everyone. I think I know almost everyone in this room, but my name is Tisha Dean. I'm the ARPA president this year, and I wanted to echo the sentiments that Kyla said. Thank you guys so much. I actually get the Arkansas Blue Cross Blue Shield newsletters I had already read about you guys, and I was already like, that is so cool. So I'm so excited to hear about your program, and Dawn and Britt for their talks today. They were so good. I learned so much, and thank you so much, Kyla. And also to our board. So we have lots of board members here today. If you are an ARPA board member, stand up and say hello. And there's more online. So I'm not going to stand between everyone and wine, but I do, and beer and pizza. But I do want to acknowledge our executive director, who has been very mean to me and resigned in the middle of my presidential year. And Eric has been, what? Oh, yes. Thank you. He has been instrumental in bringing ARPA through the pandemic. He started right before the pandemic started and has really helped to organize us and put us together and keep us going, and has been a good friend, someone that we've traveled with, someone that we spent time with. And so I wanted to give him a card. Thank you, Eric. And also, I have an award for him. Thank you so much, Eric. You are the best. I was going to actually make it prettier, but then I thought that's mean to dump it out, and then he would have to carry it around. So I thought I'd be nice.
I don't like tall food either, so
But I just want all of us to give him a round of applause. He's not leaving yet. He's leaving in June, but this is he won't be here for our fall conference. And do you have anything you want to say?
So 2 things. I was only going to do one, but so 2 things. I'm glad on the way out I timed it so that as far as the executive director goes, these events are very time-consuming and critical to the association. But this is certainly a very big success, which is what I've always wanted. And our first hybrid event since, first non-virtual event, totally virtual event since we went in when COVID started. But I really want to thank the people that, one of which, if camera's still on, helped get me hired, and that was, the people that were involved in hiring me. Many of their words, Pat most especially, and I've told her that lately, have been very influential in what I've done here. So I want to thank them, but everybody, and that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. That is all I have. I will let Kyla close everyone out.
All right, thank you, Tisha. Well, I think that's it. I don't think it's anything else. Oh, other than the evaluations, please complete your evaluation and give it to Eric over there and get your CE. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at the social. Thank you.